Кстати, тебе раз микрофон сломали. Я какая. Уехал? Пока еще нет. Гвардия пошла. Что-то мало здесь было. Разбежались на гвардию. Юля, кто ты? Да, за войну пошли.
Пошли мы нахуй.
Все уходят, да?
Литейному, да, вот мы пойдем с моим коллегой Петром и Иваном Петровым в сторону проспекта и
Они походу туда куда-то вышли, типа. Ну, вашем дома.
Петя, еще раз, куда идут?
к Литейному.
Что там?
Литейный проспект, там вот шествие, я сейчас покажу. Коллеги,
там уже шествие?
Да, вот, картинки, вот. Литейный, да, все переправлено. Вот, нас сопровождает автозаки.
Нового типа.
Да, нового типа. Я называю маршрутка ЗАК. Потому что это газель, маршрутка такси, по сути, да, обычно, но переделанная под полицейский автомобиль. Обычную маршрутку переделали в полицейский автомобиль. Это вот такое ноу-хау. Полиция решили. А вот слева от нас есть большая группа людей. Я думаю, можно пробовать к ним перейти как-нибудь, когда светофор нас пропустит. Автомобилисты, если слышите, сигналят, поддерживают протестующих. Которые поддерживают лозунг «Нет войне». ДПС здесь нету, поэтому автомобилисты могут спокойно засигналить и не поставить за свой кошелек, так сказать. Настало то время, что Белсат связался, на белорусском говорил. Они без на белорусском говорили. Я говорю, Петр, слышите нас? Я такой, а со мной еще девушка стоит, как бы, я должен интервью брать в эфире. Ты будешь стрим вести все время, да?
Я веду.
Включите камеру.
Потому что у меня телефон же не заряжается. Ну как вырубится, сразу на камеру буду снимать.
Включи зарядку нормально.
У меня провод короткий. И плюс он же отрубается моментально, если ты на зарядку ставишь, за провод дергается. Я эту историю уже проходил.
Вот на ваших глазах идут люди, и мы уже стоим минуту, и все люди все еще идут в сторону Литейного проспекта. Таких больших групп обычно в Невском проспекте не бывает, чтобы все тесно так шли. Ну, надеюсь, мы сможем перейти на ту сторону. А о чем вы знаете? Давайте.
Должен выйти на эти акции и выразить солидарность Украины. Мы должны встать в защиту Украины, в защиту России против Путина.
А почему в защиту России?
Потому что Россия сейчас теряет свою репутацию благодаря этому безумному человеку.
А как вас зовут?
Меня зовут Олег.
Спасибо.
Попросили.
Ребята, освещайте, это надо все надо показывать, все надо, да. Хотите, я вам тоже скажу?
Давайте, пока мы стоим,
Да.
что вы можете сказать?
Ребята, войну надо прекратить. Этого нельзя. Это безумие, то, что сейчас происходит. Мы должны все вместе кричать «нет войне», все выходить на улицы, потому что по-другому нельзя. По-другому мы Россию потеряем. Не только Украину, мы Россию потеряем. А Украина будет свободной. Она всегда была свободной и будет свободной.
Как
Спасибо.
вас зовут?
Ольга.
Почему-то светофор у нас не работает сегодня. Ну, похоже, вот писали нам, вот включили и видели, что люди хотят присоединиться к другой колонне и отключили светофор. Давайте посмотрим сейчас.
Светофор включили.
Светофор не включится у нас. Светофор, видимо, специально отключили, и поэтому мы будем идти дальше, либо посмотрим.
Оля, не ходи туда.
Не уверен, что вообще будет включать. Потому что, видимо, такое команда...
Можем успеть до подземного добежать.
Можем успеть перебежать через дорогу.
Ну, перебежать...
Нет войне!
Нет войне! Нет войне!
Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Не попадите под машину.
А вы толкните.
Нет,
А вы не забудьте
нет, я спасу вас, кстати.
Да.
Пойдем коллектор говорим.
Вот, люди, видимо, услышали мои громкие слова, они работают на светофоре, и решили продолжить движение по Невскому проспекту, отдельно от своей колонны. Вот мы догоняем коллег. Пожалуйста. Я сейчас перевяжу. Ой, поднялся с колен я. Конечно, не Россия, но с колен.
Давай, погоняй.
Если видите, человека желтый
Так, на Литейном люди спендируют, сделаем свою часть, людей заблокировано на гостинице.
Там кидали фотки, что там прям марш огромный. На Литейном.
всего ничего, если вы не разбираетесь в географии Санкт-Петербурга, но автозаки, сирены и прочая техника сине-красного цвета уже опережает нас. Давайте я пока разверну снайпер себя. Напомню, что сегодня по всей стране проходят антивоенные акции. Они были запланированы на...
Нужно дальше стоять пойти?
Они не будут пробиваться. Как дети.
Пошли дальше.
Ну вот думаю.
Пошли дальше к Литейному.
Дойдем. В компании «Солидарен». Мы, значит, дальше на Литейный проспект. По информации телеграм-канала...
Они реально обрубили светофоры.
Буквально вчера для координации движения полицейских.
Что основная колонна здесь была.
Начинает поворачивать.
Ну и плюс сюда мы домой приехали.
На Литейный проспект. Вот так вот далеко. Еще.
А вы за колонну?
А?
А вы за колонну?
Мы не имеем права комментировать наш нейтралитет во время работы.
Вам не кажется, что это кошмар?
Мы не можем комментировать.
Можете комментировать? Кажется. Я поняла вас. Меня трясет. Меня трясет.
Я не знаю, перейти, не перейти.
Наверное, перейдем.
Пошли.
Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне!
Он сделал сигнал сапора, но сапора
Что делаешь-то, а? Стой назад, тупый! Хорошо!
дал сигнал автомобиля остановиться, и здесь можно пройти. И сейчас надо уже подходим к основному типу процента, можно же видеть.
Yes.
Первого канала.
Привет. Вы для нас тут идете?
Да. Для одного еще рядом? А? Для одного еще рядом. Стерео картинка, да?
Для основателя, да?
А ты был вначале? Вот поэтому. Сережа Николаева из фонтанки повалили, чуть ногами не начали.
Вы эти...
Путин военный преступник! Путин! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку!
Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку!
Путин в отставку! Путин в отставку!
Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! И вот мы же Литейный проспект, вот он вот справа налево, слева направо.
У тебя вторая рука свободна? Так.
Вот за нами кричат лозунг «Нет войне». Опять же, повторюсь, это только часть людей, которая осталась в гостинице, и люди все равно все еще подходят. В Петербурге, потому что сегодня выходной день, эта акция была спланирована заранее, о ней было очень много причин, очень много информации об этой акции было, скорее всего, она будет самой масштабной в Петербурге, и еще добавляется факт, что эта акция будет проходить по всему городу.
Today, Ukraine has already addressed the International Court of Justice in The Hague to hold Russia accountable for manipulating the very notion of genocide in an attempt to justify its military aggression. The notion of genocide is one of the sacred elements of the post-Second World War international order. Manipulating it is unacceptable. When we prove in The Hague that this pretext was a complete fake, we will prove that Russian aggression is unjustified and unprovoked. I am sure that this day will come after we stop Putin. The Russian full-scale attack in the early hours of February 24th started, as I already said, in multiple directions simultaneously. In the east, in the occupied Donbas, from the south, in the occupied Crimea and Black Sea, from the northeast, and from the territory of Belarus. These included indiscriminate bombing of cities and towns with all types of rockets, cruise missiles, aviation, as well as crossing of ground forces into our territory. Multiple objects of critical infrastructure were damaged. Civilians have been killed and wounded in indiscriminate shelling since the first hours of the military aggression. Kyiv was bombed heavily, which was the worst moment for Ukraine's capital since 1941, when it was bombed by Nazi Germany. And it's remarkable, I have to say, how President Putin's actions remind and follow the pattern of Adolf Hitler. I want to underline that since the very beginning of the territory of Belarus was used for the aggression. Right now, Ukrainian territory is being shelled not only from Russia, but also from the territory of Belarus. And Alexander Lukashenko may at any moment give an order to send in Belarusian army alongside the Russian army to the territory of Ukraine to kill Ukrainian men, women, elderly, and children. This is the risk, the threat that we have to take into account. For the fourth consecutive day, the Ukrainian armed forces, National Guard, National Police, units of territorial defense, and the entire defense forces of Ukraine resist and fight back Russian invaders. Ukraine's ability to resist has been extremely high and unexpectedly high for Putin. I want to stress that in the first 4 days of Russia's invasion, Russia has not achieved a single strategic goal. President Putin had planned to conduct a blitzkrieg operation to force Ukraine on its knees, break us down, make us retreat and capture our capital, Kyiv. None of this has happened. We are bleeding, but we are inflicting disastrous losses on the enemy. According to the newest data by Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, the overall Russian losses in these 3.5 days are approximately at the following numbers. Ukraine downed 46 Russian war aircrafts, 26 helicopters. We destroyed 146 tanks, 706 armored vehicles, 49 cannons, 1 missile complex Buk, the same one that was used to shut down MH17 flight in 2014 when Russia killed hundreds of innocent lives. We also destroyed 30 vehicles, 60 cisterns, 2 drones and 2 boats. Russian losses of troops are at roughly 4,300 killed in action and wounded in action. Hundreds of Russian soldiers became prisoners of war. This data is preliminary because battles are ongoing and the exact numbers fluctuate. At this moment, heavy fighting continues. The enemy was able to move forward in the south of Ukraine, in the northeast and in the north, including in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Movements of Russian heavy armored vehicles there have disturbed the radioactive soil, which has already led to an increase of radiation levels. Russians maintain control over the confinement and the station itself, prohibiting due rotation of personnel. This is a clear violation of international nuclear safety rules. But even with these local advances and with such catastrophic losses, Putin, as I already mentioned, has not been able to achieve a single strategic goal. No major city is captured by the Russians. Despite numerous attempts of shelling, bombing, and ground offensive on the capital city of Kyiv, the enemy has not been able to take any control. Ukraine's defense forces fought back all of the attacks on cities. Some heavy fighting took place in Kyiv in recent days, but in all cases, the groups trying to invade the city were destroyed. Now, I want to draw your attention to Russia's war crimes committed in the process of the invasion. On February 25th, Russian army shelled with imprecise Grad missiles an orphanage in Vorzel, Kyiv region. 50 kids were inside at the moment of the attack. On the same day, Russian artillery and even heavier Uragan hit a kindergarten in Okhtyrka, Sumy region. At least 5 people died and 15 were heavily injured, all civilians, including children. One more child succumbed to his wounds later in the hospital. In the morning on February 26, Russian invaders shot down an entire civilian family in Novakakhovka, Kherson region. 56-year-old Anna and Oleg Fedko, Irina Fedko, and 2 grandchildren. 6-year-old Anna and 18-month-old Ivan are dead. Multiple civilian objects were hit, dozens of residential buildings in major cities. A multi-storage building in Kiev was hit with a cruise missile. Oil refinery in the city of Vasilkiv was hit this night, threatening an ecological catastrophe. These are only a few of hundreds of war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine in the course of its blatant military aggression. I assure Russian war criminals that we will bring all of them to responsibility in international courts. You will face justice for what you did. No matter how much time and effort it takes us, we will not rest until all of the criminals responsible for the deaths of our men, women, and children killed during these war crimes are put behind bars. Now, to the international reaction. First of all, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart Ukrainian communities and foreigners who demonstrated and continue to demonstrate their solidarity with Ukraine, demand their governments to act, donate money, and provide other support to Ukraine's defense. We see you. We feel your support. Ukraine is not falling. We are bleeding, but we continue to successfully defend ourselves. So should you continue to do everything possible to help us win this fight. Those foreign individuals who have the will and ability to fight alongside Ukrainians against invaders are welcome to join the International Legion of the Territorial Defense of Ukraine. Please address Ukrainian embassies in your countries for further details. We have been working hard during these dark times to quickly consolidate a global anti-Putin coalition of states which support the free Ukraine and oppose the moment. This coalition includes 84 states and 13 international organizations. Russia already faces massive isolation. I thank all countries which have already severed ties and cut any engagement with Russia on international and bilateral level. Putin has effectively closed the window to Europe opened 300 years ago by his predecessor, Peter I. This is a turning point in the history of Russia, which will certainly plunge ordinary Russians into poverty and isolation, as well as may lead to the collapse of the Russian political system as such. Belarus will face similar consequences as an accomplice of the crime of aggression against Ukraine if it continues to provide its territory and, God forbid, its human resources to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Governments around the world have already imposed massive costs on the Russian economy, elite and ordinary people. Sanctions hit Russia's biggest banks, its weapons industry, its of access to financial and economic tools, banning all operations, stopping the issuing of visas to Russians, and many other actions. I also welcome the creation of a special group to research Russian assets abroad. The list of actions is too long to name all now. However, and what I'm going to say is extremely important, I want to warn every government that might think now that after imposing these sanctions they can rest. Sanctions and actions must be elevated. The pressure must be elevated until Russia and its accomplice Belarus stop killing Ukrainians and bombing our cities, our men, women, and children. Until Russia entirely withdraws its forces from Ukraine and deoccupies our territories. This is the end goal of the anti-Putin coalition in the world. Unfortunately, and to stop the war, Russia more, hit Russia harder, hit Russia now. It's a matter of hours and not days to do this to make these important decisions and to make these steps. We, Ukrainians, do it on the front line, sacrificing our lives. And we have only one request to you: back us up. I want also to say a few separate words to those few European governments which are now trying to water down the sanctions packages, including the banning of Russia from SWIFT. And I will be trying to leave by some measures with their left hands and continue to trade with Russia with their right hands. Stop doing this now. Stop trading with the blood of Ukrainian men, women, and children. This is not a metaphor, but the reality of what you are doing. History will judge you, and your names will forever remain in history books as names of traitors of humanity who failed to oppose the aggressor in Europe at a crucial time. I am confident you do not want to add your names after a comma. It is critically important that Russia is disconnected from SWIFT on the fullest possible extent. All possible banks. Don't play political games and stop earning money soaked in our blood. Let's stop Putin. Let's stop the war. Let's restore the world order and the European order. And only then will you be able to restore at least some. The second most fundamental issue right now is global and severe sanctioning of the Central Bank of Russia. Once again, we demand and we need immediate steps to impose a full financial isolation of Russia from all civilized systems, applying to all Russian banks, including its central bank. Some actions were already taken, and we are deeply grateful to our partners for them, but they are not enough. Peace needs more. It's not us, Ukrainians, who need it. It's peace in Europe, it's the world order that needs more actions. We also demand to impose a full oil and gas embargo on Russia. These oil and gas now also contain Ukrainian blood. Anyone buying it has to be ashamed of doing so. I welcome the first decisive steps by a number of European countries in this regard and urge all anti-Putin coalition allies to proceed without delay with the strongest possible measures. I would like to thank all partners who have already provided Ukraine with weapons to defend itself from your help. Never forget your help at this dark moment. I urge all countries to provide Ukraine with more weapons, ammunition, supplies, equipment, and fuel. We need weapons to fight, to defend our country. We specifically need anti-tank, anti-air, anti-missile weapons. We need more air-to-air and ground-to-air missiles to counter invaders. We need more drones, machine guns, ammunition, everything that can help aimed at killing Ukrainians and destroying our country. It is obvious, I think everyone agrees now after this week, that the goal of Russia is to destroy Ukraine as a state, is to destroy Ukrainians as a nation. But we will not fall. We will not stop or get tired. This is people's war. It's not a war between one state and another. It's a war between President Putin and the people of Ukraine. We are determined to fight back fiercely as long as it is needed to defend our land and our people. We are determined to defeat Russia the same way as we defeated the previous monster in Europe 80 years ago. And I'm sure that we will prevail. Thank you for your attention. I stand ready to open your questions.
And the first question comes from Alexander Stashevsky, the Associated Press, who asks, it's reported that Russian delegation is waiting for Ukrainian delegation to arrive for talks in Belarus. Could you confirm that Ukraine will participate in these talks? What will be conditions for peace settlement that Ukraine is ready to accept?
Again, first, do not approach the talks from the perspective of what Ukraine is ready to accept. I would like to remind you that just a couple of days ago, when the war started, Russia was not interested in any talks at all. After they suffered losses and realized that their plan doesn't go as it was actually planned and designed, and the Blitzkrieg failed, Russia started speaking with the language of ultimatums, saying that they are ready to talk with Ukraine with preconditions that have to be met before talks begin. As Russia continued to suffer, as Russian army experienced one defeat after another, the demands, the preconditions, the ultimatums by Russia were put aside, and now they convey the message to us that they just want to talk. So I think that the fact that Russia is ready to hold talks without any preconditions, without any ultimatums, without any demands addressed to Ukraine is already a victory for Ukraine. Second, we, of course, as I said, we appreciate all the support that we received recently from friends from all across the globe. But it's us who are fighting. It's our people who are dying. It's our houses that are being destroyed. Today, we were as close as ever to the entry of Belarusian armed forces into the war. And this is why President Zelensky and President Lukashenko spoke today, because we have to defend our northern flank, and we have to minimize the threats coming from there. So we agreed to send a delegation to the location, to the venue on the Ukrainian city in Belarus, meet on the border, and we go there to listen to what Russia wants to say. We are going there without any previous talks, without preliminary agreement on what the outcome of these talks can be. We are going there to listen, and we are going there to say what we think of this war and Russia's actions. So, between now and the moment that the talks are wrapped up, President Lukashenko assured President Zelensky that no Belarusian military force will be used against Ukraine. And this is already an achievement, and we can only hope that Alexander Lukashenko will stick to his word. Between now and the moment when these talks wrap up, we will continue to fiercely defend our country, to defeat Russian forces if they try to continue their offensive operations. We will continue to defeat them in the territories that they have taken under their control. We will not stop until we defend our country entirely. So there is nothing bad in talking as such, and if the outcome of these talks will be peace and the end of war, that should be welcomed. But we will not, again, and I want to make it very clear, we will not give up a single inch of our territory.
The Swiss magazine Schweizer Soldat, President Zelensky has announced friends of Ukraine who want to join the defense, come, we will give you a weapon. And the question is, does the president invite foreigners to serve in the Ukrainian army? If yes, how do you implement these measures? Do they receive a special visa?
President Zelensky issued National Legion as part of the territorial defense of Ukraine. Territorial defense is a special branch of the armed forces of Ukraine. It consists of people living in their villages and houses and towns, people who are ready to pick up arms to defend Ukraine. There are dozens, hundreds of examples when local residents are fighting the invaders by all means available to them. And this is again why what is happening is people's war. So, as a next step, in the last 3 days, virtually since the very beginning of the Russian aggression, we started to receive many hundreds of requests from foreigners, including from Ukrainian diaspora, who were willing to come to Ukraine and help us defend our land. Some want to do so because they love Ukraine, because they want to defend it. Some understand that Putin attacked not only Ukraine, but the European security and the global order, the world order as such, and they want to stand up to defend it. Some have unsettled accounts with Russia, and they want to fight specifically Russia, without any regard to specific Ukrainian interests. But all of these people, they now have a legal right and a legal framework to join our forces and to fight under the chain of command of the Ukrainian army. All of them are welcome, and every embassy of Ukraine, every consulate general of Ukraine is open to provide such people with all necessary information. Their access to Ukraine will be facilitated to the extent possible, to the maximum extent possible. The only big logistical problem that we have is that Russia conducts airstrikes. You cannot reach Ukraine by plane. You have to reach Ukraine by land. But we will be helping you come and fight if you're willing to do so.
Salman Andari, Sky News Arabia. Putin has just ordered his strategic deterrence forces to a special mode. What does this mean to you, and do you expect this war to continue and things get more complicated?
As you noticed, this order by President Putin came shortly after the announcement was made about 2 delegations ready to meet. And we see this announcement, this order, as an attempt to raise stakes and to put additional pressure on the Ukrainian delegation. We, as I said earlier, we will approach these talks approach. We go there to listen what Russia has to say, and we will tell them what we think of all this. And what we are ready to discuss is how to stop the war and deoccupy our territories. Full stop. If Russia, if the decision of, if the order of President Putin to put on high alert his nuclear weapons is a direct threat to use these nuclear weapons against Ukraine, then I have a very simple message. It will be a catastrophe for the world, but it will not break us down.
Xavier Derala, civil message to the Russian human rights and peace activists.
In the recent days, hundreds, if not thousands, of the Russians protested against the Putin's aggression against. People says President Putin, they are against this war because they understand the detrimental, the damaging, the devastating consequences of this conflict for Russia itself. So far, he refuses to listen to them. He went completely mad with his obsession to destroy Ukraine, to deprive us of the right to exist. And all these human rights activists, all ordinary Russians who went out to the streets, they are the voice of that must, in the end, it's them who will suffer the most from the devastating consequences of the war. So I can only call on the Russian government to finally listen to the voice of their own people and to start taking care of their problems, start resolving internal domestic problems of Russia, and it has many of them, instead of attacking neighbors, instead of trying to destroy another nation.
Mohammed Mustafa, arms support, did they have an offer to do it?
We enjoy excellent relations with Turkey. Our cooperation in defense sector has evolved in a very sustainable way for months and years, and we bought some weapons from Turkey. There are many issues where Turkey supports us, and we appreciate that support. Unlike many other countries, Turkey was working on us on defense before others joined this cause. And frankly speaking, you know, yesterday Germany decided, just an example, yesterday Germany made a complete U-turn in its policy on supplying weapons to Ukraine. 5 days ago, German leadership was saying that Germany will not change its policy and will not be supplying weapons to Ukraine. Now they are doing it. This is appreciated. We appreciate this change of policy. But if they had done it before, months and years ago, we wouldn't have had this war. Ukrainians would not have paid with their lives, with their health, for the Russian aggression. Russian aggression is the result of many years of appeasement of Russia by many leaders, many European leaders. And now I'm happy that they opened eyes and they finally believed in what Ukraine has been telling them about Russia for the last 8 years. It's too late, but the change is welcome. We need now to receive all these weapons as soon as possible. Every hour counts. It's not a matter of our win or defeat. We will prevail. I'm absolutely confident in that because we stand for the right cause. It's a matter of how many lives will be saved. And we want to save as many of them as possible. Thank you.
That exhausts questions, so we can finish.
Thank you. I hope my briefing was helpful. We, the Foreign Ministry, stand ready to continue communicating with you through our press service and provide you with all relevant materials and background information. Please, one of the front line of this war is disinformation by Russia, is the attempt of Russia to disseminate various fakes about Ukraine, various arguments to legitimize, to find an excuse for its war against Ukraine. Let's be clear, what's happening here is an aggression. The most obvious case of the aggression. And I deeply appreciate the role of the international media in exposing Russia's lies, in telling the truth about the fight of the Ukrainian people against the aggressor.
тоже передержим.
Полиция, видимо, поставя задержание людей вернулись. И вот как в сторону непосредственно Смольного, там не
Давай.
И там фотографии,
Нет войне! Нет войне!
Нет войне!
Нет войне!
Победили в объединении этих юристов.
Да, если там было 2 пальца, не пошло.
В одном месте типа снимать в другом. Все в порядке.
Но прикол в том, что это уходит не только не трогает.
Мы идем на Смольный! Мы идем на Смольный! Мы идем на Смольный! Мы идем на Смольный! Мы идем на Смольный! Мы идем на Смольный!
Будет это просто кричала, что идем на Смольный!
Блять, я петербуржец, я не могу пойти на Смольный. В какой момент? Я могу показать паспорт, я могу показать прописку. Я имею право пойти на Смольный.
На Смольный! На Смольный! На Смольный! На Смольный! На Смольный! На Смольный! через парк. Они сейчас туда уедут. Окей. Путин старый маразматик, Путин старый маразматик, Путин старый маразматик. Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Ну так, нормально. Да. И там сейчас, да. Да. Давайте я попробую. Давайте я попробую.
Вот это вот просто великолепно.
Ёбаный просто. Что такое-то?
Твою мать!
Что здесь? Так,
Полиция едет в сторону Смольного. Скорее всего, будет стараться выслать подкрепление у Смольного, чтобы, не дай бог, не побеспокоить покой Александра Дмитриевича Беглова. Усатого губернатора.
Уже нет.
Уже нет?
Уже не усатый.
Уже не усатый губернатор.
Можно домой идти.
На ту сторону.
А, да. Мы как раз домой идем. Мальчик, водочки, мы принесем, мы домой идем.
Пешком можно лететь.
Вот смотри.
Главное теперь, чтобы там и закончилось.
Сейчас нет войны, разгонять людей. Включать людям газманов. Да.
Чтобы нас не везли, как мне, блядь, в прошлый раз. Красносельский район.
Вот объективно.
И такие, все, иди. Вечером.
Газманов.
Не, как Нику, как Нику.
Путина в отставку! Путина в отставку!
Путина в отставку!
Путина в отставку! Путина в отставку! Путина в отставку!
Путина в отставку!
Война! Реально понимаю. Вот так, и так, по таврической на...
Ну не знаю.
Ну, они сами, да?
Семья по вашей линии в Херсоне живет.
Какое предотвращение войны? ВКБ. Как я написала, сейчас я прочту. Постараюсь прочитать. Скажите, коли будете готовы. ПЦДСД. Ну, типа, скажите, как будете готовы. Да. Скажите, коли ПЦД готовы.
У тебя тоже все вот все?
Они
Вот это западники.
Не, иногда мне они в телеге пишут.
Я всех прошу в телегу.
Некоторые, один продюсер мне в телеге кидал, другой продюсер в WhatsApp пишет мне. А третий в телеграме. Который на русском нормально балякает. Слава богу.
Балякает.
Он мне даже на мобилку звонил.
Пошли. Пошли проезжай.
Что, какие слепы?
Нас видно?
Аккуратненько, да. Упаковка.
Монопод сейчас это покрасим в черно-белое. Монопод черно-белое покрасим? О, менты. Там еще поворот. Ой,
Вот, держи, вот человека.
Я не понимаю, куда идти. Ну, они поехали все туда, к Смольному. А? Ну, они поехали к Смольному. Ну, куда идти, я не понимаю. Орут там что-то, неужели там люди? Пошли проверим. Петь! Петя! Петя! Ты не видел, почему они к Смольному поехали? Ну ты к Смольному поехал.
Не открывай Смольный.
Ну-ка.
Если вдруг хотят знать, кто координатор протеста, то вот ДПСники точно.
Пошли, Миша, подожди.
Что?
Назад.
Назад. Вот туда. Вот туда идем.
Вот туда. Вот туда идите. Я сломаю вам. Не знаю.
Сейчас початку посмотрим.
Вот удвинули.
Так. Что там пишут?
Люди движутся к Шпалерной, это вот туда.
Так,
И к
на
Смольному.
Суворовске все ломанулись, на Фурштадтской большой кусок задержали. Где-то еще что-то есть. На Суворовском проспекте никого, до Суворовскую сторону Смольного. Рейтер пишет. По Тверской идут, орут.
Сейчас. Ну, сейчас красный ехать.
По Тверской идут. Бля, 20%. Так, ладно. Я тогда прерываюсь пока.
тебе закрой тебе, пожалуйста. Срочно. 2-2 на рынок.
Заходи, Ваня. Заходи, я вас.
Мы открыть можем. 2-2 на рынок. Дело открыть?
Не.
Не в там видео.
Не заходи, все, на самих вторых визитов никого не будет.
Он ведут с ним. Все улицы там все. Ты через двор. Нет, я слышу, девушка. Сохраняйте порядок. Сохраняйте хотя бы порядок.
Идут в обратную сторону Невского.
Серьезно?
Да. Дуров объявил о том, что частично или полностью на территории России и Украины в Телеграм будут ограничены каналы.
Ну ладно, ребят, я приду в Макдональдс срочно. До свидания.
Перейдем?
А почему частично или полностью? Что полностью? Зачем?
Потому что непроверенная информация публикует.
Что нам делать, блядь? Надо с никаких визиров.
Телефонна розмова з Олександром Лукашенком. Ми не розмовляли з ним 2 роки, а сьогодні я говорив з ним довго, дуже предметно. Я пояснив йому детально неможливість нашого зіткнення. Я не хочу, щоб ракети, літаки, гвинтокрили летіли в Україну з Білорусі. Я не хочу, щоб йшли війська в Україну з Білорусі. І він мене запевнив у цьому. Моє завдання, як президента, захистити нашу державу. І ви це побачили протягом цих жорстких днів, як ми це завдання виконуємо. Олександр Лукашенко звернувся до мене, щоб українська та російська делегації зустрілись на річці Прип'ять. Підкреслюю, без жодних умов. Скажу відверто, як завжди, я не дуже вірю в результат цієї зустрічі, але нехай спробують. Щоб потім у жодного громадянина України не було жодного сумніву, що я, як президент, не намагався зупинити війну, коли був нехай і маленький, але все ж таки шанс. І поки наші хлопці там, президент тут, голова офісу тут, прем'єр тут, армія тут, головнокомандувач тут. Ми всі будемо боронити нашу державу і наші кордони. Ми з вами маємо діяти прагматично, щоб досягти нашої мети. А наша мета – це наша територіальна цілісність. Нашу позицію ви побачили на 100%. Це безумовний захист національної державності. Тепер, що стосується нашої мотивації. Очевидно, що наші військові воюють не за гроші, а за сьогодні, за завтра. І дуже жорстко відповідають за те, що було вчора. Але ми маємо розуміти, що сьогодні це найважливіша робота – бути військовим, захищати країну. І тому я дуже хочу, щоб держава гідно платила за цю роботу. Ми будемо платити нашим військовослужбовцям, які тримають в руках зброю, по 100 тисяч гривень на місяць. Не для того, щоб нам казали дякую, а для того, щоб вони знали, що країна їм точно вдячна. І так буде до тих пір, поки не закінчиться ця війна. І останнє. Вчора ми втратили, на жаль, нашу мрію. Але стару мрію. А нову ми зараз будуємо. Слава Україні! У мене відбулася телефонна розмова з Олександром Лукашенком. Ми не розмовляли з ним 2 роки, а сьогодні я говорив з ним довго, дуже предметно. Я пояснив йому детально неможливість нашого зіткнення. Я не хочу, щоб ракети, літаки, гвинтокрили летіли в Україну з Білорусі. Я не хочу, щоб йшли війська в Україну з Білорусі. І він мене запевнив у цьому. Моє завдання, як президента, захистити нашу державу. І ви це побачили протягом цих жорстких днів, як ми це завдання виконуємо. Олександр Лукашенко звернувся до мене, щоб українська та російська делегації зустрілись на річці Прип'ять. Підкреслюю, без жодних умов. Скажу відверто, як завжди, я не дуже вірю в результат цієї зустрічі, але нехай спробують. Щоб потім у жодного громадянина України не було жодного сумніву, що я, як президент, не намагався зупинити війну, коли був нехай і маленький, але все ж таки шанс. І поки наші хлопці там, президент тут, голова офісу тут, прем'єр тут, армія тут, головнокомандувач тут. Ми всі будемо боронити нашу державу і наші кордони. Ми з вами маємо діяти прагматично, щоб досягти нашої мети. А наша мета – це наша територіальна цілісність. Нашу позицію ви побачили на 100%. Це безумовний захист національної державності. Тепер, що стосується нашої мотивації. Очевидно, що наші військові воюють не за гроші, а за сьогодні, за завтра. І дуже жорстко відповідають за те, що було вчора. Але ми маємо розуміти, що сьогодні це найважливіша робота – бути військовим, захищати країну. І тому я дуже хочу, щоб держава гідно платила за цю роботу. Ми будемо платити нашим військовослужбовцям, які тримають в руках зброю, по 100 тисяч гривень на місяць. Не для того, щоб нам казали дякую, а для того, щоб вони знали, що країна їм точно вдячна. І так буде до тих пір, поки не закінчиться ця війна. І останнє. Вчора ми втратили, на жаль, нашу мрію. Але стару мрію. А нову ми зараз будуємо. Слава Україні!
afternoon. As the war in Ukraine rages on and Ukrainians fight bravely for their country, the European Union steps up once more its support for Ukraine and the sanctions against the aggressor that is Putin's Russia. For the first time ever, the European Union will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack. This is a watershed moment. HRVP Borrell will present to you the proposal in a few minutes. At the same time, we are strengthening once more our sanctions against the Kremlin and its collaborator, Lukashenko's regime. First, we are shutting down the EU airspace for Russians. We are proposing a prohibition on all Russian-owned, Russian-registered and Russian-controlled aircraft. These aircraft will no more be able to land in, take off, or overfly the territory of the European Union. This will apply to any plane, owned, chartered, or otherwise controlled by a Russian legal or natural person. So let me be very clear. Our airspace will be closed to every Russian plane, and that includes the private jets of oligarchs too. Second, in another unprecedented step, we will ban in the European Union the Kremlin's media machine. The state-owned Russia Today and Sputnik, as well as their subsidiaries, will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and to sow division in our union. So we are developing tools to ban that toxic and harmful disinformation in Europe. And third, we will target the other aggressor of this war, Lukashenko's regime. Lukashenko's regime is complicit in the vicious attack against Ukraine. So we will hit Lukashenko's regime with a new package of sanctions. We will introduce restrictive measures against their most important sectors. This will stop their exports of products from mineral fuels to tobacco, wood and timber, cement, iron and steel. We will also extend to Belarus the export restrictions we introduced on dual-use goods for Russia. This will also avoid any risk of circumvention of our measures against Russia. And in addition, we will sanction those Belarusians helping the Russian war effort. All these measures come on top of the strong package that I presented to you last night, agreed by our international partners. Under this package, important Russian banks will be excluded from the SWIFT system. We will also ban the transactions of Russia's central bank and freeze all its assets to prevent it from financing Putin's war. And we will target the assets of Russian oligarchs. We continue to coordinate closely with partners around the globe, and we remain in close contact with our Ukrainian friends. President Zelensky's leadership and his bravery and the resilience of the Ukrainian people are outstanding and impressive. They are an inspiration for all of us. We welcome with open arms those Ukrainians who have to flee from Putin's bombs, and I'm proud of the warm welcome that Europeans have given them. We are mobilizing every effort and every euro to support our eastern member states to host and take care of these refugees. We will do this in full solidarity. And with this, I invite HRVP Borrell to give his part.
Thank you, President. As you have said, we are currently witnessing a fully fledged war directly in our borders. The war is again on the borders of Europe. President Putin is trampling the statehood and identity of a sovereign Ukraine and its people. What we see is blatant violations of international law, and with more and more civilian infrastructure being targeted, international humanitarian law, Putin's bombing, launching missiles, strikes, killing innocent people. But the Ukrainian armed forces are fiercely fighting back and showing a heroic resistance to this invasion. It's a people and an army fighting against the invader. But the invader, Putin war is not only against Ukraine. We need to understand the gravity of the situation for us, for the European, and for the global security. This afternoon, Putin has announced that he's putting Russian nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. It's important to stress that the nuclear forces of Russia has been put on high alert. I just had a VTC conference with the G7 foreign ministers, and we were joined by Minister Kuleba, who informed us of the latest development on the ground and the Ukraine urgent needs. And I told him very clearly, you came last week, we asked for SWIFT and we asked for arms. And now we are delivering on both sides. We are doing everything we can to support Ukraine. We stand by Ukrainian people in practical terms. In 1 hour, I am convening for the 4th time in this week the European Union Foreign Ministers' Council for an extraordinary meeting, and following up the request from Minister Kuleba, Foreign Minister of Ukraine, I will today propose to use the European Peace Facility for 2 emergency assistance measures to finance the supply of lethal material to the Ukrainian army, as well as urgently needed fuel, protective equipment, and medical supplies. Another taboo has fallen. The taboo that the European Union was not providing arms in a war. Yes, we are doing, because this war requires our engagement in order to support the Ukrainian army. Because we live in unprecedented times, like you did when the pandemic came. We are facing the best on the war, as the biblical times. And this will not finish here. It is the first time in our history that the European Union will provide lethal equipment to a third country, and I have also instructed my team and the European Union military staff to set up a mechanism to coordinate the request of the Ukrainian army so that we can respond in the most effective way together with the member states to their needs that Minister Kuleba has explained us today. Today we will provide the political endorsement also of the European Union 27 member states to the overall package of measures outlined by President von der Leyen that will pave the way for the swift adoption of all necessary acts. As just explained by Madam President, we will discuss with the foreign ministers the announcement of tough economic sanctions. SWIFT, the central bank. I will also put forward additional listings against oligarchs. We'll target the elite of the Putin regime, who benefit financially from the system. We will also reinforce our measures against Belarus, who have been facilitating the Russian assault against Ukraine. With these measures, more than half of the central bank reserve of Russia will be blocked. Also, more and more member states are announcing to close the airspace to the Russian airlines and aircrafts, and we will set a common approach together with the ministers. And finally, disinformation, because Putin doesn't want also only to conquer the land, he also wants to conquer the spirits of the people through toxic messages, through lies. The Kremlin and its supporters are engaged in a massive disinformation campaign in Ukraine, in our neighborhood, and in the European Union itself. And we have been fighting against disinformation since 2015 with the East Stratcom Task Force and the European Union Disinformation Platform, which, by the way, I invite all of you to visit. And today we are taking a crucial step to turn off the tap for the Russians' information manipulation in Europe by banning Russia Today and Sputnik from broadcasting in the European Union. We are killing the snake on its net. We will also continue working actively in Ukraine and in our neighborhood to fight the attempts to distort reality and to seed confusion and uncertainty. Let me close, Madam President, by underlining that we will continue to coordinate with the Ukrainian government and neighborhood countries and to do everything that we can to provide all the necessary support to the Ukrainian people and to put a stop to this senseless war. Thank you.
раз. И тебя тоже сняли. Молодец.
Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Это журналист.
Журналиста толкнули, задержали.
Это Саха Москвы. Андрей Окунь.
Отбивайте?
Нет, нет, он не кричал ничего. Вон его ведут в жилетке, не знаю. Журналист Саха Москвы. Окунь.
Окуня задержали?
Да, вон его ведут туда. Окуня отпустили или нет? Его сюда вели?
Нет. А мы, кажется, там кого-то просто его оттолкали, мне кажется.
Нет, он прям задержали.
Знаете, который...
Да, да, это Андрей Окунь.
Не знаю, если говорят.
Задает пустопорожний вопрос.
А журналистов в жилете вам сюда завели?
А вы где-то раньше работали?
А, все. Пустили.
Снял. Хорошенько.
Снимите.
Что вы делаете? За что?
Да, жилетка. Надевай, надевай.
Сборник снова делаешь.
Агентство Associated Press, можете просто сказать, почему сюда сегодня пришли?
Я пришел, потому что я против войны.
Спасибо.
Я против того, чтобы Россия нападала на другие соседние страны. Вообще не важно. Я поэтому сюда пришел. Потому что я не понимаю, за что сейчас гибнут люди на Украине. Я не понимаю, за что сейчас гибнут наши граждане России. За что они поехали, пацаны молодые? Куда они поехали? Какая повестка, я не понимаю. Поэтому я сюда пришел. Я сюда пришел поддержать.
Большое спасибо. Как вас зовут?
Меня зовут Дмитрий.
Спасибо.
На складе?
В дворе гостим.
Который вот здесь
там, когда в середине в туалет идешь, там в окошке.
Достань мою банку, пожалуйста, она там же.
Я знаю. Это пресса.
Да.
Здравствуйте. Агентство Associated Press. Можете, пожалуйста, сказать, почему сюда сегодня пришли?
Я против войны, у меня родственники там.
Большое спасибо. Как вас зовут?
Дмитрий.
А вы?
Меня зовут Иван.
А почему вы сюда сегодня пришли?
Я также против войны.
Это тоже родственники или
Я
просто?
вообще из Иркутска. Я приехал в Питер, не знаю, один. Мне тут особо терять нечего. Я здесь нахожусь, чтобы гражданскую позицию продвигать. И чтобы пидорасов вот этих не было вокруг. Ну, как бы так, извините, на русском языке.
Спасибо.
Как это странно, да. И я его.
Идем спать.
Здравствуйте, агентство Associated Press. А можете, пожалуйста, сказать, почему сюда сегодня пришли?
Почему пришли?
Да.
Потому что нет войны. Потому что у меня родственники с Украины, я их поддерживаю.
Как вас зовут? Имени достаточно.
Важно?
Ну, нам просто кэпшн подписать. Имени достаточно.
Роман.
Спасибо. Здравствуйте, агентство Associated Press. Можете, пожалуйста, сказать, почему все...
Да нет, это
Ну что она сказала? Она что-то держала, скорее всего.
Здравствуйте, агентство Associated Press. Можете, пожалуйста, сказать, почему сюда сегодня пришли?
Потому что не одобряем действия нашего правительства, нашего президента.
А какие действия?
Вводе войск на границе в чужую страну.
А почему вы не одобряете? Почему вам кажется,
Потому
что это неправильно?
ненормально вводить войска на чужую территорию. Это называется война.
Большое спасибо. Как вас зовут?
Аня.
Он просто орет или там что-то происходит?
А?
Он просто орет или что-то происходит?
Вообще уже 4 дня просто орет.
О.
Самый топовый комментарий.
Установивших необходимость соблюдения дистанции. За нарушение вышеупомянутых постановлений предусмотрена ответственность по статье 20.2.2 Кодекса Российской Федерации об административных правонарушениях.
Все.
Может кричать «да» войну, тогда вы не будете против уже.
Возвращаемся дальше, давайте.
Пошли потихоньку. Да вы что творите? Ну что, бьет, человек ударит. Сегодня в этой чуть-чуть стеклянной ног. Что за ебаный жизнь?
Вперед!
Стой! Вместе! Стой!
Агентство Associated Press, почему вы сюда сегодня пришли? Почему вы сюда сегодня пришли?
Милый мой, не прийти было труднее, чем прийти. Понимаешь? Мне уже 24-го брали. Я буду выходить. Ну да, меня будут, вероятно, штрафовать, будут задерживать, какие-то сутки там сажать. Но я думаю, что война дело грязное с нашей стороны. Подлая война. И в конце концов, я уверена, что если мы предпримем какие-то усилия, мы, наверное, сможем добиться того, что будет она прекращена. Это гнусная война, позорная война для моей страны.
Как вас зовут?
Меня зовут Алла Николаева.
Большое спасибо. А сколько вам лет, если не секрет?
Ну не все абсолютно поголовно. Пенсию, так сказать, сторонники.
Нет, это меньше, наверное, сейчас. Куда ты пойдешь?
Ну там нет ничего.
Там люди стоят. Мы ничего не нарушаем.
Главного государственного санитарного врача Российской Федерации номер 9 на 15 санитарно-эпидемиологических правил.
Я уйду домой.
Даже не
другие стороны. Там, где-то в толпе, давка началась.
Метро закрыто?
Да.
Вот там твой старший сказал разойтись. Я хочу разойтись. Почему ты не сделал? Вот там сейчас это кто-то надо остановить, и кто там Почему ты меня тобой не Почему сейчас? Я хочу незамедлительно.
Мы потом будем. Потом победим.
Мне приказал мой начальник, чтобы я пошел.
Ты в чем участвуешь? Ты понимаешь,
Я не кричу. Здесь много, вы близко, но вы меня не слышите, поэтому пусть меня домой.
Мужчина, послушайте, пожалуйста. Эмоции свои бросьте, послушайте меня. Вы никого слышать не хотите, мужчина.
Пошли!
Три шага от сотрудников.
Движением сказки от проекта Калаши, молодец. Я горжусь тобой. Ты просто гордость Родины. Молодец. Иди бок о бок с кадыровцами, там, защищай Родину. Ты своих предал.
Мы в тюрьме! Мы в тюрьме! Мы в тюрьме!
Не поспоришь.
За что, главное? За что?
Главное, что ты рад. Я спокойно стою, я домой хочу.
Давайте мы пройдем хотя бы.
О, боже мой.
Мы еще не выкрикиваем. Свет, иди сюда. Давай.
Почему вы не пускаете нас?
Кто реально является предателем Родины. Это вы. А как это? А что ты здесь защищаешь тогда? Решение начальника.
А
Что ты
зачем
здесь
вы
стоишь?
здесь?
А как это? А ты где? Ты не на родине находишься? Я на родине. Я на своей родине не могу в метро зайти, потому что ты вот стоишь и меня не пускаешь. Потому что тебе сказал начальник. Потому что я сказал начальник, про которого никто из нас, и ни ты, ни я, никто не выбирал. Да Владимир.
А я не рекомендую здесь вообще стоять. Ну, я а мне плевать. Людям нужно в метро.
Тогда руки берегите, девушка.
Вы тоже руки берегите.
Девушка, дальше у нас просто эмоции. Вас когда автобус подведут, то когда автобус.
А почему? На каком основании?
Я основание об потом расскажу.
Нет, а сейчас вам не сложно, да?
Вам рассказывают основание, протокол стоит, и статью написано.
Почему? А, то есть вы можете нарисовать мне статью на пустом месте? Вы угрожаете мне?
Я понял.
Да? Обалдеть!
Демагогия, я больше
А за
с вами
что
заниматься
вы
больше
меня
не
здесь
буду.
держите? Я хочу уйти. Нам сказали, там, расходитесь. Почему я не могу разойтись? Нам сказали, идите в метро. Окей, я иду в метро. И что? Стоите вы и не разрешаете. Почему? На каком основании? За что?
На основании того, на котором вам там все.
Так, блин, я просто хочу покинуть это место.
Девушка, вы находились 12 часов дня. Чего не ушли домой сразу?
С какого дня?
Вам несколько раз предлагалось.
Кто мне? Мне лично?
Понял.
Мне не
Вам нужно
предлагалось
лично?
ничего.
Вот,
За
активно.
что?
Берите.
За что?
О, кстати, мы его не поймали.
А его за что?
Ну, многих узнают, потому что везде работают. Есть люди, которые здесь везде жили,
Они просто пытаются жить.
Ну, давай, уходите. Я не буду вытаскивать.
Да, вытаскивает пресса.
Я вас не буду вытаскивать. Давайте уходите.
Это не законно. Иван Иванович, ну не имеете права нас гонять. Ну, я не могу здесь не снимать, не смотреть, что происходит.
Я говорю, я вас не забрали, еще раз заберут.
А их-то за что заберут?
Парни, работайте отсюда,
Хотя бы девушку отпустите. Сейчас я
сидел.
Подержи.
Так недолго.
Да. На телефон забрал, карман другой.
Петя ходит. Какой-то у тебя фиговый вообще.
Что?
Фиговый какой-то. Вообще не такой.
Where are you? Where are you? Can I go there? Your work now, but for 15 minutes you can.
I will wait.
All right. No problem.
Everyone step back. Live medical chat Excuse me. Oi.
Pardon. Sorry.
Szkoły po polski polo. 저런 스타? 아, 스킨이 뭐야? Ja, gewoon een keer spoor. Toast.
Panowie, przechodzimy.
I don't see any buses actually.
Możesz skryć tego na kiedy?
Dobra, to ten. Andrzej? Karetka do mnie. Karetka do mnie.
The ambulances that are from different parts of Poland. The SL means from Silesia, about 400 kilometers on the west.
3 hours from here.
Nie. Wszystko stoi tam. Tamtą linię ustawiamy na linii, tak jak jest tir, osobówka i autobus, reszta wszystko stoi teraz. Tak. Tak. I te wiesz, to jeździ na autobus, to wjeżdża, nie? To jedzie bez kolejności. Nie, tylko te co ludzi wożą. Terminarz jest na... Dobra, ja idę do auta.
En tu barnen är sönder?
معها بس انا بتوقع على حكيك بدهم ساعات شوي طويله. إذا هيني وهيني لقيت عيلتين
Roshi. On board.
przechodzi pan. Cofnąć się. Wszyscy na pewno są.
Dışarı boşu değil.
Alright, do we know how long we stay here? 1 hour. 1 hour.
হ্যালো ওখানে বর্ডারে অনেক কেমন করছে কেমন আছে ওদের মাইন্ড কেমন আমার ওয়াইফ আর আমার বাচ্চা তো ওখানে
Uwaga! Uwaga! Cofam się!
I have mine. I come from this one.
Where?
Too
small, too thin.
ওখানে কি কোনো অ্যাম্বুলেন্স বা কোনো কিছু নাই? wejść tutaj. To jest skaście. Samochodem przyjechać? Pieszą. Ma pan jakiś kontakt z sobą? No to pan sobie tutaj stanie z boku za siatką najlepiej i będzie pan wyglądał, będzie pan widział. Dobrze, dziękuję. Znalazłem.
Guys.
Excuse me.
Tá vendo? Fica pra apagar sol em Copacabana. Minha mãe nasceu no Botafogo. Fudeu, menino. I'm reporter and I recorded my channel.
No wife, no
communicate.
No WhatsApp, no Viber, just direct.
Direct, no direct.
No, it doesn't.
Loading, but...
I also have a Polish number.
Yeah, Polish number.
It doesn't work also Polish net. It doesn't work also Polish.
Sorry, are you live?
Yes.
You are, sorry.
Sorry.
No, just to ask, because I don't want to...
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Obrigado.
We are in the same war.
Really wait.
Same side. No, I have to stay here and I will communicate the channel. Poorly, live.
Portuguese.
But I need a port live.
Portuguese, yeah? Tanki.
This one also works.
Sorry.
I don't contact the president. No.
Or maybe you can go behind the car on top. You climb on top and you have your phone like this.
So hard.
They must climb and wait. Yeah? A small hill.
This place is
Yeah?
Estou a ouvir muito mal a emissão.
Assim
Não
mesmo.
consegues pôr mais alto? Mas não consegues pôr mais alto a emissão. Eu ouço muito mal. Eu a ti ouço-te bem. Eu ouço mal a emissão.
Давай, можешь подходить.
Alguém fala português? Anyone speak... Fala português, senhora? Senhora português? Mas o que está aqui? Desculpa. Tu vem aqui para entrar aqui direito para a CMTV, por favor. Não? Porquê? Só para me contar o que é que está à espera.
Estou à espera dos meus sogros.
Os seus sogros são ucranianos? E o senhor vive aqui na Polónia?
Não, vivo na Alemanha.
E veio da Alemanha buscá-los?
Claro.
Então deixa-me ir e falar consigo. Eu demoro-lhe 2 minutos. Como é que você se chama? Diga-me só o seu nome.
Paulo.
Paulo o quê? Diga-me lá o seu
Paulo
nome.
Silva.
Paulo Silva. Só vou entrar consigo daqui a bocadinho, está bem?
Não sei se vai ter tempo. Eles devem dar a chegar.
Se Deus quiser, vou ter tempo que eu vou entrar já a seguir e também espero que o senhor consiga levar a sua família já de volta embora.
Eu penso que sim.
Quanto tempo é que está aqui à espera de nós?
Mais ou menos 30 horas.
Veio da Alemanha.
Sem contar com o tempo da viagem.
Şimdi söyleyebilirsin. Eu preciso entrar em direto, tem aqui um senhor português.
Não preciso nada.
O Sr. Paulo não pode vir assim para o meu lado aqui.
Depois eu não os vejo chegar.
Bebê? Não, quer ficar aí em vez de estar ali, não.
Você faz a reportagem isso aí, diga só o que é que quer dizer.
Eu só lhe vou perguntar, é só isso, é muito rápido. Sr. Paulo, é importante que as pessoas em Portugal também percebam que há pessoas portuguesas que estão aqui a passar por isto.
Há alguns que estão lá dentro.
Pois é isso.
Dentro do lado todo.
E é por isso que eu peço o seu testemunho, só para saber o que é que
Não. Eu respeito os outros lados.
Eu respeito a sua forma de estar aí há 30 horas.
Yeah, but they don't want to talk about it. Yeah, because you know.
Vou ser direto chamado para o sul. Ou ser italiano. Será batizado. Internet que é má.
A meu ver, estão fora de sair.
Vamos ver o que é que vai acontecer depois disto.
Why not? Just hurry. Because millions can die.
You're gonna wait 2 hours. Yeah. A twoje lejko? Szatieszka, trzecia druga, trzecia podpad.
Não podem demorar muito. Sr. Paulo, se tem necessidade na Alemanha?
Quase Osnabrück.
Desculpe?
Quase Osnabrück. Perto de Osnabrück.
Osnabrück fica perto de que cidade maior?
Maior que Osnabrück sou Bremen.
Bremen. Bremen é lá por cima. Bremen. Em todo o mapa da Alemanha vai.
É mais para cima.
Mais para cima. Quantos quilómetros é que você veio até cá?
Cerca de 1.300 km.
Olha.
Kon je even goed a jo është prit një qik që ku ka me kancer, me leukemi, me 90, edhe ka me marrë, ka me flajt ajo në shpit, apo dënë me... me shku po tam një qysh e ka...
Maybe tomorrow we go on this side, another side, ask these people from Ukraine for the reasons why they go back.
Essas são gajos
On je očividni koma, ne? Jo, to niet vinila, ne? Pa neki on je škod. Neki ni rijet ci don, pa ci vino, pa ci škod. Valla po, ostaje trafika și școini, ca atât în șaia.
Tutaj, żeby sobie stał.
I can go there, on the side of the border. Yeah. Yeah?
Isto tem que ser rápido, minha gente. Está a nevar e tem que ser rápido para as pessoas. Alô, alguém está a ouvir? Agora já não conseguem vir? De todo? Começar comigo. Então, vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Vamos lá. Olha, mas então gravem isto e não posso direto aí gravado, ok? Porque eu não. Aqui em Médica, na fronteira com a Ucrânia, continuam a chegar a conta-gotas dos refugiados que tentam a todo custo, durante horas a fio, aguentar e sobreviver à entrada na Polónia, um país que se tem comportado segundo tudo e todos aqueles com quem falamos à altura, muito mais do que à altura destes acontecimentos, uma organização que chega a surpreender quem vem, nomeadamente da Alemanha, que é o caso de Paulo Silva, em todo lado não podemos encontrar um português, e aqui está Paulo Silva, que tem os seus sogros, Paulo, muito boa noite, a ir a fila há quantos dias?
Quase 4 dias.
E vem de carro, eles fizeram quantos quilómetros para chegar?
220.
E o Paulo veio da Alemanha, quantos quilómetros é que para cá está?
1220.
E neste momento, qual é o sentimento dos seus sogros? Imagino que tenham alguma idade, como é que é para eles resistir a tudo isto?
Uma esperança de chegar muito ponderável.
E vem aqui de rede, gasolina, já ouviu falar, são os carros que vão sendo empurrados uns pelos outros?
Não, a gasolina tem, rede também tem, nós já temos muito bem.
Pois aqui temos muitas dificuldades de facto. E pronto, algo que também me tem surpreendido, nas horas que estive aqui comecei a ver alguns homens caminhantes chegarem e foi notado a informação, não sei se é errónea, de que homens caminhantes, apesar da situação obrigatória dos homens que os visitou para os homens de 18 e 60 anos, que homens eram 3 crianças a cada vem aqui para entrar para evitar. Está emigrado na Alemanha. Não sabe quanto mais tempo pode esperar. Tem alguma ideia a quantos quilómetros de distância que estão e neste momento quanto tempo? Paulo, foi falar só por muito obrigada por esta intervenção aqui. Eu tenho falado com muitos ucranianos que estão aqui há dias à espera dos seus familiares. Um desses casais deixou para trás os filhos com os vizinhos apenas para vir aqui esperar pela família que querem levar consigo de volta para a mas a verdade é que os casos são muito impressionantes. Este casal que eu falei contava que o irmão, uma das pessoas que vem apenas trazer as crianças e espera poder entrar. Mas se não conseguir, vão todos voltar outra vez para trás. Ou seja, isto é mesmo uma luta pela sobrevivência. Há pessoas que estão tão desesperadas que devem passar dias aqui à espera de uma entrada bem sucedida i każdy...
Zadowolenie czeka tutaj sobie stanę z boku, wyglądać jak osoby wychodzą do tego.
Bom, muito obrigada.
Nada, foi para se adiantar que ainda tem muito sobrinho.
À noite não, nós temos um hotel. Vocês estão a tudo montar. Portanto, há 30 horas, deixa-me ver, vocês chegam aqui. Sempre da manhã. Não, não é isso. Já nos passa da memória, já nos lembramos, não é? Só que em 78, pois, claro, 89, a gente quando é miúdo não vai pensar nisto. Adriano, não, não é isso. Mudar aqui, vamos mudar, vamos só, não é? Olha, mas vai ter uma imagem a vir dele para aqui para fazer aquilo mesmo. Onde? Não precisa ligar, olha para mim.
Eu sempre fazer uma coisa, se eu tiver a apontar para a cara dele, aponta para a cara e aponta para baixo e aponta aqui para baixo.
Ai, você obrigada.
Senão depois não consigo ter...
ve 4 saat, 5 saat yürüyüşlerini dile getirdiler. Hatta bir Türk'te bu yüzden topallıyordu diyebilirim. Artık kalmak zorunda kalmıştı. Buraya geldiğinde sonunda vardım diyordu ve hemen Türkiye'ye gelmek istediğini söyledi. Diğer Türklerle de röportaj yaptığım zaman onlar da beraber arkadaşla iki kişi. Onlar da bir tanesi Ukrayna'da yaşıyor. Bir diğeri ise seyahat için Ukrayna'ya gitmişti. Ancak karşılaştıkları manzara pek de hoş olmadı. Direkt bombalama anını görmüşlerdi ve hemen sığınağa gitmemişlerdi. Başka bir şehre gitmeyi tercih etmişler. Oradan da hemen Polonya sınırına geldiler. Ve bazı kişiler buraya geliyor, Polonya'ya geliyor. Hani buradan bir yere gidelim diyor. Ancak bazıları ise ne yapacaklarını bilmiyor. İnsan burada kalıyor veya otobüse biniyor ve ardından Polonya'ya gidiyor. Polonya Varşova'ya gidiyor. Polonya sınır hattına geliyor. Sınır hattı değil, özür dilerim. Polonya'daki tren istasyonuna gidiyor diyelim. Oradan da Varşova'dan istedikleri şehirlere ulaşabiliyorlar. Aynı zamanda şöyle baktığımız zaman sadece Türklerin girişleri değil, aynı zamanda Afrikalı halkın da geldiğini zaman zaman görebiliyoruz. Artık ilk seferde daha küçük bir ve genel Afrika'daki topluluğu bunları dile getirebilirim. Yemeğin yanında kıyafetler de verilmeye başlandı. Buradaki vatandaşlara, sınırdan gelenlere ve Ukrayna'ya gidenlere kıyafet verilmeye başlandı. Çünkü burası gerçekten inanılmaz soğuk. Artık bugün gün içinde hatta kar da yağdı, yağmur da yağdı ve kar yağışı sıklıkla ara ara devam ediyor. İnanılmaz bir sorun var. Yani buradaki insanlar hem savaşla mücadele ediyor, açlıkla mücadele ediyor, yorgunlukla ve zorlu koşullarıyla da mücadele ediyor diyebilirim. Hani buradaki koşullar gerçekten hükümeti vatandaşlar içinde yardımdan eksik etmiyor. Hatta sınırdan teşekkür ediyoruz Polonya hükümetine dediler. Buradan bunu belirtelim aynı zamanda.
Deixou ele querer porque me mandou foto? Pode. Nossa. פעם שם היה רגל ופה היה רגל. מה שהם עשו זה כניסה אצלי.
Normal era fazer direto.
שתי מעלות. יש לך סטודיו. אולי זה מה שאחרי שבוע מה
Her yerde Türk öğretmeni. Olsun, Türkçe konuşuyor. מכשירי קשר, חלק לדעתי לא עשינו, אבל אפשר לשים אחד על הארץ.
Maybe Romania because they're Hungarian.
Ama çekiyor şu an.
Wejdźcie z drogi w autobus.
אלא אם כן
Şu açar fotoğrafı değil mi? Yılda atar. Storuna hiç çıkmış. Evet. Может быть. Polish?
Yeah, and do you think that the position of the Catholic Church in Poland is not has no influence on the government? Of course. And it's the same in Greece.
Why did the foreign
because of the I think more because of the it's true, but you are too small.
No, I understand that, but I mean if we're to
Yeah, I know that. Sometimes it's the way. Many times it's completely dark. Yeah, it's true.
якщо може мені передзвонити через 20 хвилин, я поможу і я скоординую, добре?
כמעט 100 פניות, כאילו פניות של כמעט 100 אנשים. עבדנו באקסל. היה לנו 80 ומשהו פניות, והוצאנו 120 ומשהו.
After the fourth meeting of the Foreign Affairs Ministers in a week, look, everybody perceives that we are in unprecedented times, that we are living a historic moment. And I know that the word historic is often overused and abused, but this is certainly at that moment a historic moment for two reasons. First, because it's the first time since the end of the Second World War that a military power invades another sovereign state in violation of the international rule. And secondly, because Europeans have been reacting in a way that has surprised a lot of people, to start with the Russians themselves. And it's often said that the most important advances in the European construction are made through crisis, or during the crisis, or due to the crisis. And I believe that maybe we are in one of these moments, when a crisis allows us to advance, leap forward, and another taboo has fallen these days. The taboo that the European Union cannot use their resources to provide arms to a country who is being aggressed by others. Yes, they are unprecedented times, because the war is back in our borders, and that's why it is a defining moment for the European history. A page of the history has been turned, and we have been working around the clock during those days. And I am proud to see that the European Union has been able to show its capacity to deliver, to help its neighbors, with the idea of urgency. This is good, to be able to deliver with the idea of urgency when one of our neighbors and partners is being invaded by Russia. During the weekend, we have been working very hard, and we want to take some decisions that should be in place, agreed, and legal act, implementing them before tomorrow, when the central banks will restart working. And today we have taken, well, this was an informal meeting. You know that it doesn't take specific decisions, concrete actions, provides political agreements that they will be converted on legal instruments and precise and concrete decisions by written procedure on the following hours. But the Council has been given his assessment, his support, his political agreement for a package of support to the Ukrainian armed forces, for new sanctions, for diplomatic engagements in order to isolate Russia, for measures to support Ukraine and the region, and measures to counter disinformation. Not bad. And since there is a fully fledged war in Ukraine, and we want to do everything to support Ukraine, we have decided to use our capacities to provide arms, lethal assistance to the Ukrainian army by a value of 450 million of support package and 50 more millions for the non-lethal supplies, fuel, protective equipment. All this will be covered by our European Peace Facility, an intergovernmental fund. And this is the first time in the history that we will be doing that. And everybody agreed, or at least not obstruct this decision. I want also to thank Poland, who has offered to serve as a logistic hub for the transfer of this assistance, this material assistance, to Ukraine, because now we have approved the financing. Tomorrow the defense ministers will meet in order to coordinate how do we convert this financing into material and how this material is being transported to the front line, to the Ukrainian armed forces fighting against the Russian invasion. Thanks to Poland to serve as a hub, and we will also work to enhance the cyber defense of Ukraine. On sanctions, we have agreed to increase the peoples and entities that are going to be subject to restrictive measures. The full list will be finished by the repair and published tomorrow. This includes Russian oligarchs and businessmen whose listing carries huge economic impact, and political figures who hold key role of the Putin system in Russia, both the ones who disseminate propaganda, propagandists, and military. In addition, we have decided to close the European Union airspace to the Russian aircraft. Not a single Russian aircraft will be able to land or take off from the European Union airfields. And in accordance with the agreements that President von der Leyen already anticipated yesterday, after working with the G7 members, we are taking a package of measures that the Council has approved with some questions about the scope, but full support to these measures who are really effectively cripple the Russian financial market. We are excluding a certain number of Russian banks from SWIFT. You know that this was something that we have been talking about, and you in the press has been asking about it for days. It was discussed at the European Union Council the other day. At that moment it was not the necessary consensus, but immediately after we continue working on it because, as we said, everything is on the table. We have been continuing with that, working with our like-minded countries, because such a measure has to be taken in coordination with other countries. It's difficult to take this kind of measure alone, and reach an agreement to take out of SWIFT a certain number of Russian banks, impose restrictive measures that will paralyze the assets of the Russian central bank. More than a half, or about a half, of the financial reserves of the Russian central bank will be frozen thanks to this measure, because they are held in banks of the G7 countries, and this represents more or less half of the reserves of the Russian government. This will be frozen, and this is going to be affecting a lot the financial system of Russia. As I said, it's being done in coordination with international partners with a clear message that Russians who enable the invasion of Ukraine will have to pay a very high price for this action. We are going after the wealth of Putin's elite, people who support him and benefit from this regime. And in addition to this new package of sanctions, we are advancing work on sanctions regimes targeting corruption specifically, as well as foreign information manipulation and interference. Third line of work of the ministers today, engage on diplomatic efforts. They are already producing results, as you have seen on the vote on the Security Council, no one supporting Russia, and work in order to make the widest possible international condemnation and isolation of Russia. Russia will be isolated by the international community. One of the results of our collective diplomatic outreach was the vote on the Security Council, and now it will be on the resolution of the General Assembly, which is expected on Wednesday. We are carrying an intensive diplomatic effort to isolate Russia as much as possible in the international and regional organizations. The Council of Europe has already suspended Russia's right of vote. Discussions on the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development are ongoing, and there will be an important debate at the Human Rights Council in Geneva on Monday. We will continue on that line. The fourth is to support the people affected by the conflict, who will be in need of humanitarian assistance, people who are leaving the country. We cannot call them migrants, they are just refugees looking for asylum, escaping the war. We are extremely worried about the humanitarian dimension of this tragedy, and we need to act rapidly in order to support these people and support the countries who will receive them. We have activated our civil protection mechanism, and 18 member states are channeling critical humanitarian equipment to Ukraine. People in Ukraine and people leaving Ukraine. We will have to face a challenging situation, but we are ready for. Let's see what's happened in the following days, but certainly the number of people leaving Ukraine is increasing. And the last point that will interest especially you, the people who work on the information business or industry, we need to tackle disinformation. We need to counter the Russian state-controlled narrative, because disinformation is becoming massive and is now shifting to a full-fledged war propaganda. Have a look at our reports, have a look at the website of the Stratcom, and you will see how Russian media describe what's happening in Ukraine and how are they describing President Zelensky. We need to be vigilant about an obvious manipulation, because Putin wants not only to conquer space, but to conquer the minds of the people. And we have to fight against it, and for that we are going to ban Russia Today and Sputnik from broadcasting in the Union, because they are the champions of information manipulation. We also agreed to strengthen our support for independent media in Ukraine and Russia. And last but not least, we are worried for what may happen in the whole region. We are afraid that Russia is not going to stop in Ukraine. And the Russian influence can start working in the neighbor countries, Moldova and Georgia, and also will have an impact on the Western Balkans. So we have to pay a lot of attention to what's happening there. I am planning to fly and to visit Moldavia in the same way that I visited Ukraine on the first day of this year. And we have to remain vigilant on the impact of the crisis in the Western Balkans and look what's happening of the positions of the alignment of the countries of the Balkans who are candidates to the European Union, the alignment with our foreign policy. In conclusion, once again, this is a defining moment for Europe. This is the occasion to demonstrate strategic and global leadership in a united manner, to act united and quickly. And this is also an occasion to think about what the European Union is and what do we want the European Union to be. Because the challenges that we are going to face as Europeans will increase. And we have to be prepared for that, for us and for the future generations. We say often that the European Union was born in the aftermath of the World War II because we wanted peace and prosperity, and that's true. And we got peace and prosperity. The European Union is a peace project, and we want to continue fighting for peace for us and for the humankind. We want to keep peace in Europe, but we have to be prepared to defend this peace. And what is happening in Ukraine will be an awakening moment for the people who believe that only united, Europeans will be able to face the challenges of the future.
Thank you.
And now I am at your disposal for a few questions.
Okay. Thanks a lot. So we will take a bit of questions from the room, and I have the first one I will grant to a journalist from Ukraine. Mr. President, you said that, okay, my name is Olena, and right now I'm representing all Ukrainian media, because in Ukraine right now all TV channels are showing the same picture. We are sharing responsibilities. You've said that it's a fourth meeting, and also it's a fourth day Ukrainians are fighting. It's a fourth day children are dying. It's a fourth day buildings are being bombed. My mom just sent me a message that in one village, people are even looking for windmills to make some bread for them already, because Russian army is robbing the villages, and Ukrainian soldiers are protecting the main cities. And still, the main cities of our country are still under Ukrainian government. I think it's clear that Ukraine will not surrender. So my question is, why only some Russian banks are cut from SWIFT? What are you waiting for? Isn't it clear that people are not going to surrender? Are you waiting till more people die in Ukraine? Thank you.
Certainly not. To disconnect the financial system of a country which is strongly interrelated with other countries and other economies cannot be done like this, with the scissors overnight. We have learned something from the Iranian experience, and we believe that we have to keep a possibility for the financial system to work in order to people to use it and to send money to their relatives and to pay something that is certainly necessary to continue exchanging with Russia. But don't worry, this degree of disconnection is carefully calibrated in order to create the maximum damage to the financial system of Russia while keeping the minimum level of interconnection with other financial systems.
Thank you very much. Now I will take a question from our colleagues who are connected remotely, and I give the question to Irini.
Thank you, Nabila. High Representative, I would like to ask you, are you afraid that Putin is going to use chemical weapons? Have you discussed about this? Because that kind of information maybe is something he's thinking of. Thank you.
Lo que pueda estar pensando el señor Putin, look, just to mention the possibility of using nuclear weapons, it's so a gigantic irresponsibility that says a lot about the personality of who is doing that. It's such a big responsibility at that moment that, frankly, one cannot imagine someone able to say these kind of things. But he has said, he told us, whoever will interfere in my attack to Ukraine, whoever could have the idea of support the Ukrainians will suffer an attack as they have never suffered, something that they can never imagine. Certainly, this is a reference to the use of nuclear weapons.
I think
nevertheless, we will continue supporting Ukraine.
Now, from the room, is it Angela? Yes. Okay, you have the...
долго она не будет.
The 8,980th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, dated 28 February 2014, addressed to the President of the Security Council, document S/2014/136. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Members of the Council have before them document S/2022/160, the text of a draft resolution submitted by Albania and the United States of America. The Council is ready to proceed to the vote on the draft resolution before it. I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2022/160 please raise your hand? I request that those who are voting, I request that those who are against the resolution raise their hand. Abstentions, kindly raise your hands. The result of the voting is as follows: 11 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 3 abstentions. Given, in line with established procedure at the Security Council, this matter and this vote was procedural in nature. The draft resolution is now deemed to be adopted as Resolution 2623/2022. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements after the vote. And I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Colleagues, on Friday night, we stood together outside this chamber to declare that the Russian veto would not stop us from holding Russia accountable for invading a sovereign state, a state that dared to be a democracy. Russia vetoed Friday's resolution, but as I have said before, Russia cannot veto our voices, Russia cannot veto the Ukrainian people, and Russia cannot veto the UN Charter. Russia cannot and will not veto accountability. Now the Security Council has taken an important step forward toward that accountability. For the first time in decades, it has called for an emergency special session in the General Assembly. The Council members who supported this resolution recognize that this is no ordinary moment. We need to take extraordinary actions to meet this threat to our international system and do everything we can to help Ukraine and its people. Just this morning, President Putin put Russia's nuclear forces on high alert, even though he is invading a country with no nuclear weapons and is under no threat from NATO, a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. This is another escalatory and unnecessary step that threatens us all. We urge Russia to tone down its dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons. These are issues that affect all member states. And now in the General Assembly, they can all make their voices heard on Russia's war of choice. We will then vote on a resolution that will hold Russia to account for its indefensible actions and for its violations of the UN Charter. As we speak, rockets continue to rain down on Kyiv and across Ukraine. Tanks are tearing through cities. Russia readies still more brutal weaponry. Bombs that flatten cities and indiscriminately target civilians for an unjustifiable assault fabricated out of lies and the rewriting of history. Russia also propagates outrageous lies about Ukraine's conduct in its own defense. We are alarmed by the mounting reports of civilian casualties, videos of Russians' forces moving exceptionally lethal weaponry into Ukraine, and the widespread destruction of civilian facilities like residences, schools, and hospitals. To the Russian officers and soldiers, I say, the world is watching. Photographic and video evidence is mounting, and you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. Those of us here, safely sitting in this hallowed hall, have a moral responsibility to respond to Russia's desecration of human life. That means humanitarian aid, like the thermal blankets USAID has already airlifted to tens of thousands of Ukrainians in need, and the recently announced $54 million in additional humanitarian assistance that will reach hundreds of thousands more. That means military support, including the additional $350 million of security assistance the United States is shipping to Ukraine. And it means holding the sole aggressor, Russia, accountable for its actions. That will take some courage from some fellow member states, and I know that. They have shown strength. By the inspiration, I would like to stress, for the inspiration, I would ask you to look to the Ukrainian people. They have shown strength, courage, and resilience in the face of Russian guns and soldiers and bombs and rockets. They also maintain the courage to sit down and talk. We welcome their continued willingness to participate in peace talks. On Friday night, darkness descended on Kyiv. Missiles attacked a sheltering city. But the next morning, Ukrainians woke up to a new citizen, a baby girl born to a mother in a bomb shelter. The baby's name is Mia. Photos of her tiny hand gripping her mother as they hid underground have inspired the world. Let us have the courage of Mia's mother. Let us have the courage of the Ukrainian people standing bravely to defend their democracy, their way of life, and their futures. Let us show them that they are not alone, that the world stands behind them, that the United Nations has a purpose, that the additional bravery of the protesters in Russia is not in vain. Let us do everything we can to help the people of Ukraine as they stand up for themselves, for their sovereign country, and for their children. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Dear colleagues, Albania voted in favor and welcomes the adoption of this resolution. Formally, this short text is of purely procedural nature, but its significance is of historic proportions. Last Friday, Evita tried to lock the UN at a time when we need it most. Not anymore. Those 5 lines of the text we just adopted open the big doors of the place where the world meets, the UN General Assembly, to speak out and condemn an unprovoked and unjustified pure act of aggression. The UNGA emergency session is all about condemning an unprovoked war. It is all about upholding the UN Charter. It is about sending a clear and iron-strong message of what is acceptable and what is not, including to the Russian citizens who need to listen to the world and hear it. Russia must be stopped in its attempt to break the international rules-based order to replace it with its will. All member states, especially the small ones like mine, which constitute the majority of the UN, must remember that international law, rules, and the UN Charter are their best friend, their best army, their best defense, their best insurance. Russia's actions undermine them. It is time to learn from the past mistakes, not repeat and perpetuate them. Russia can, at any moment, come back to reason, stop the war, recall its invading troops, go back to talks, but real talks for peace, not for surrender and capitulation. But this needs lucidity, courage, and wisdom, not threats for apocalypse. As we said last Friday, this is no time to stay idle or look away. It's time to stand up. Ukraine and Ukrainians are resisting. My staying и будем стоять с Украиной. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
vendredi,
on Friday,
la Fédération de
the
Russie
Russian
était seule
Federation
au
was
sein de ce
alone
Conseil
at the
pour
Security
entraver
Council
l'adoption d'une
in
résolution
blocking the adoption of a
co-parrainée par
resolution
82
that was
États membres
co-sponsored
des
by
Nations Unies.
82 members of the United
demandait
Nations.
la fin de
They
l'agression
called for an
de
end to
l'Ukraine.
the aggression of
La
Ukraine.
France n'accepte pas ce blocage.
Cannot
C'est la raison
accept
pour
this
laquelle,
block.
aujourd'hui,
For this reason, today,
elle a voté en faveur de
we
cette
voted
nouvelle
in
résolution
favor of
qui
this new
demande la
resolution,
convocation d'une
which
session
calls for
spéciale de l'Assemblée
an
générale.
emergency special session of the
Le
General
Conseil de
Assembly.
sécurité reste
The
saisi.
Security Council remains
La
seized
France
of the matter.
restera mobilisée
France
en son sein
will
pour
remain
qu'il assume
mobilized
sa
to that end
responsabilité
to
principale
ensure that there be an upholding of
du
its
maintien
primary
de la paix et de la
responsibility
sécurité
for the maintenance of
internationale.
international peace and
Dans ce
security.
contexte,
In this
le président de la
context,
République
the
française,
President
Emmanuel
of the French
Macron,
Republic,
a
Emmanuel
souhaité que le
Macron,
Conseil de sécurité
called
se
for the
réunisse
Security
dès
Council to
demain
meet
sur la
tomorrow
situation
to address
humanitaire
the
en
humanitarian
Ukraine.
situation
La
in
France
Ukraine.
portera avec le
France
Mexique
will,
un
along
projet
with
de
side
résolution
Mexico, submit
afin
a
de
draft
garantir
resolution
un accès
in order to
humanitaire sans
guarantee
entrave
unfettered
pour
humanitarian
répondre aux besoins
access
urgents
to meet
des
the
populations
urgent
restées
needs
en
of the
Ukraine.
people
Monsieur le
in
Président,
Ukraine. Mr.
face à ceux
President,
qui tentent d'imposer la loi du
in the
plus
light of
fort,
those who are attempting
la
to
communauté
impose the law of the
internationale
strongest, the
doit démontrer
international
son
community
unité,
has a duty to
sa
demonstrate its
solidarité
unity,
et la
its
primauté du droit.
solidarity, and the
La
primacy
France se
of
tient
rule of law.
fermement aux
France
côtés de l'Ukraine
stands
et de sa
steadfastly
population.
alongside
Je vous
Ukraine
remercie.
and its people. Thank you.
Я благодарю представителя
I
Франции
thank the
и
representative of France,
предоставляю
and I
слово
now
представителю
give the floor
Ирландии.
to the representative of Ireland.
Mr. President, Ireland once again strongly condemns the Russian Federation's further invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign and independent country. Since we last met on Friday, the Russian Federation has intensified its unjustified and unprovoked attack against Ukraine. Russia's aggression is causing mounting hardship and suffering for the people of Ukraine, who have shown remarkable resilience and resolve. Ireland stands in full solidarity with them today. Mr. President, this Council has a responsibility to act in the face of conflict and to respond to this grave threat to international peace and security. We have failed to exercise that responsibility. We were rendered powerless to do so in spite of the clear will of 11 members of this Council by the Russian Federation's use of the veto in a flagrant attempt to excuse its own military aggression against Ukraine, a fellow member of our United Nations. The use of this anachronistic veto in these terrible and tragic circumstances is reprehensible and undermines the legitimacy of this Council in the eyes of the watching world. However, the veto will not prevent the international community from responding to Russia's blatant breaches of international law, nor will it deter us from holding Russia accountable for its actions. Ireland voted in favour of this draft resolution to decide to call an emergency special session of the General Assembly. Ireland calls on our fellow members of the General Assembly to step up where the Council has failed, to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, to condemn aggression, and to support a return to the path of diplomacy and peace. This is the very least that the people of Ukraine deserve from us in their hour of need. We cannot let them down. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я
Thank you,
предоставляю
and I
слово
now give the floor
представителю Мексики.
to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor
Thank you very much,
presidente.
President.
El pasado viernes 25
Last
de
Friday,
febrero,
the 25th of February,
como consecuencia del
as a
ejercicio del
result of an
veto,
exercise of the veto,
el Consejo
the
de
Security
Seguridad
Council
no pudo
was
cumplir
unable
con su
to
responsabilidad
fulfill its
primordial
primary
de
responsibility
mantener la paz
of maintaining
y la seguridad
international peace and
internacionales
security,
al no haberse podido
since it
adoptar un
proved
proyecto
unable
de
to adopt a
resolución
draft resolution
en relación con la
in relation
situación
to
en
the
Ucrania,
situation in Ukraine,
a pesar de contar con 11 votos
despite 11
afirmativos.
votes in favor.
Ante la parálisis del Consejo
Before
de
the
Seguridad,
paralysis of the
hoy
Security Council,
invocamos
we are
la
today
resolución
invoking Resolution
377,
377,
Unión Pro Paz,
Uniting
para
for Peace,
convocar con urgencia
to convene
un periodo extraordinario de
urgently
sesiones de la
an
Asamblea
extraordinary
General.
session of the General Assembly.
Desde
Since
1945,
1945,
México ha mantenido
has
una
maintained
postura
an unwavering
inquebrantable
stance
en contra del ejercicio
against
del veto
the
por
exercise of
parte
the
de los
veto
miembros
by
permanentes
permanent
del
members of the
Consejo de
Security
Seguridad.
Council.
Como hemos sostenido en
As we
reiteradas
have maintained
ocasiones
on
y hoy
numerous
refrendamos,
occasions and today reiterate,
esta facultad no debería
This
ser un privilegio.
faculty
En
should
todo
not
caso,
be a privilege.
constituye
In
una
all
enorme
cases, it
y muy
constitutes
delicada
an enormous and very
responsabilidad.
delicate
En
responsibility.
consecuencia, México apoya sin
As a
ambajes
consequence,
la
Mexico
convocatoria al
unreservedly
11º
supports
periodo
the convening
extraordinario
of
de
the
sesiones de
11th
emergencia
emergency
de la
special
Asamblea
session
General.
of the General
Y
Assembly.
como lo ha mencionado el
And,
representante
as stated
permanente
by
de
the
Francia,
permanent representative of
convocaremos
France,
a una
we
sesión
will
para
be convening
analizar
a
la
session to
situación
analyze the
humanitaria que
humanitarian
prevalece en el
situation
terreno
prevailing on the
y
ground
facilitar que la ayuda llegue
and
pronto a
facilitating
quienes
the
más la
expeditious
necesitan.
arrival of
Gracias,
assistance to those
presidente.
who most need it. Thank you very much,
Спасибо. Я
President.
предоставляю
I
слово
now give the
представителю
floor, thank
Китая.
you, to the representative of China.
谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, Mr.
主席先
President.
生，
Mr. President,
当前
at
乌克兰
present,
局势急剧
we
变
are
化，
witnessing dramatic
中
changes
方已多
in
次
the
明
Ukraine
确
situation.
阐述
China
在乌
has
克兰
on
问
many
题上的立
occasions
场，
made its position
这一立
clear on
场
the
没
Ukraine
有
issue,
变化。
and that position remains
我们认为，
unchanged. We
当务
believe
之急
that the
是各
top
方
priority
必
now
须保
is
持
for all
必要
parties
的
to
克制，
exercise the necessary
避
restraint
免
to
乌克兰
prevent the
局势
situation in
进一步
Ukraine
恶
from
化。
getting worse.
中方支
China
持和
supports
鼓
and
励一切
encourages
有
all
利于和
diplomatic
平解
efforts
决乌克兰危
conducive
机
to a
的
peaceful
外
settlement
交
of
努
the
力，
Ukraine crisis,
欢迎
and
俄罗斯
welcomes
同乌克
the
兰
earliest
尽
possible
快举
direct
行
dialogue and
直接对
negotiations
话
between
谈判。
Russia and Ukraine.
同时，
At the same time,
中方支持
China
欧方
supports
与俄
equal-footed
罗斯
dialogues
就
between
欧
the
洲
EU
安
and
全问
Russia
题
on
进
European
行平
security
等对话，
issues,
秉
and
持安全
upholding
不
the
可分
principle
割
of
理念，
undivisible
最终
security
形成
to
平
eventually
衡、
form a
有效、
balanced,
可
effective,
持续
and
的
sustainable
欧
European
洲安
security
全机制。
mechanism.
中方认为，
China believes
联合国
that
安
the
理会
Security
要
Council
以
should
地区
give
和平稳
priority
定为
to
重，
regional peace and
以各
stability
方普遍
and
安
the
全为重，
universal security of all
为解
countries,
决乌克兰问
and
题
play a
发挥
constructive role
建
in
设性作
resolving the
用。
Ukraine issue.
联合国采取的
Actions
行动
taken by the
应
UN
当
should
有
help
利于
cool
紧
the
张局势降
situation
温，
and facilitate
有利于推动
diplomatic
外交解
solution
决，
to avoid
避免激
escalation
化
of
矛盾。
tensions.
谢谢你，
I
主席
thank
先
you,
生。
Mr. President.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю
Thank
слово
you. I now give
представителю
the floor
Соединенного
to the
Королевства.
representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President.
first, the United Kingdom welcomes the result of this vote today. By voting in favour of convening an emergency special session of the General Assembly on Ukraine tomorrow, the members of this Council have laid bare Russia's diplomatic impotence. Russia again was isolated in opposing this resolution. But Russia cannot stop the world from coming together to condemn its invasion of Ukraine. As each day passes in this unprovoked and unjustified war, support for the people of Ukraine, their plight and their fight for freedom grows. So we urge all members of the United Nations to use their voice tomorrow to call for the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine and end this war. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, it is regrettable that the situation in Ukraine has worsened further since the Council last convened on this matter. We reiterate our call for immediate cessation of violence and an end to all hostilities. There is no other choice but to return back to the path of diplomacy and dialogue. Our Prime Minister has advocated this strongly in his recent conversations with the leadership of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome today's announcement by both sides to hold talks at the Belarus border. The global order is anchored on international law, UN Charter, and respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states. We are all agreed on these principles. We continue to be deeply concerned about the safety and security of Indian nationals, including a large number of Indian students who are still stranded in Ukraine. Our evacuation efforts have been adversely impacted by the complex and uncertain situation at the border crossings. It is important to maintain an uninterrupted and predictable movement of people. It is an urgent humanitarian necessity that must be immediately addressed. Taking into consideration the totality of circumstances, we decided to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
Norway voted in favor of the draft resolution. Just 2 days ago, in this chamber, we all saw that Russia was isolated and had no support for its attack on Ukraine. Russia's action is unacceptable. Russia is wrong. Russia is the aggressor that violates the very core principles of international law that the United Nations stands for. On Friday, this Council failed its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The Council's response to the breach of the peace and the act of aggression failed because of the veto by the aggressor itself. Preventing such acts is a direct responsibility of this Council. Therefore, it was necessary to reconvene today to decide to call an emergency special session of the General Assembly on this issue. Now we will take this matter to the General Assembly with the purpose of making appropriate recommendation to members for collective measures. Russia will be held accountable. The civilian population, including children, is suffering the consequences of this horrifying conflict: killings, displacement, and disappearances, fighting in and around urban areas, and the use of heavy explosive weapons, destruction of civilian infrastructure. We remain deeply concerned about the protracted harm to the civilian population. Norway is on the side of the Ukrainian people and its government. We are providing further assistance to Ukraine. The Norwegian government has today decided to provide $226 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Let me conclude by reiterating that Norway insists that the Russian Federation immediately, completely, and unconditionally stops all fighting and withdraws all its forces from the territory of Ukraine. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank
Сейчас
you.
я предоставляю
I now
слово
give the floor
представителю
to the
Бразилии.
representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last Friday, my delegation laid out before the Council a comprehensive view of its concerns regarding the security developments in and around Ukraine. Nothing in the intervening period has led us to having had those concerns allayed. On the contrary, in fact, as we speak, the number of casualties, the human suffering, and the risks to international peace and security keep increasing by the hour. Indeed, UNHCR numbers recently spread already place the number of refugees at 422,000. We have voted in favor of the draft resolution before the Council, despite misgivings about its timing and its contribution to achieving peace. These misgivings stem ultimately from our unyielding commitment of respect for and interest in upholding the Charter and the role of the Security Council. The urgency of the situation has convinced us of the need to add the voice of the General Assembly to that of the Security Council in seeking solutions to the crisis in and around Ukraine. This in no way detracts from our firm belief that the Council, with its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, has not yet exhausted the instruments and mechanisms at its disposal to contribute to a negotiated and diplomatic solution towards peace. Therefore, we reiterate our call for an immediate cessation of hostilities, for full respect to humanitarian law, and for a renewed attempt within the Council for the promotion of and support to a process of dialogue between the parties involved, a role that the Council is inherently better equipped to provide in order to bring a peaceful solution to the Ukrainian conflict. The Security Council and the General Assembly must work together. As we renew our calls for an immediate ceasefire, we also appeal to Ukraine and Russia to facilitate the withdrawal of all persons who want to leave the Ukrainian territory. Brazil already wishes to express its gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and others who are facilitating the exit of people fleeing the conflict, in particular Brazilians and Latin Americans. Mr. President, let us be exceedingly cautious in moving forward in the General Assembly. The supply of weapons, the recourse to cyber attacks, and the application of selective sanctions, which could affect sectors such as fertilizers and wheat, with a strong risk of famine, entail the risk of exacerbating the conflict and not of solving it. We cannot be oblivious to the fact that these measures enhance the risks of wider and direct confrontation between NATO and Russia. It is our duty, both in the Council and in the General Assembly, to stop and reverse this escalation. We need to engage in serious negotiations in good faith that could allow the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity, security guarantees for Ukraine and Russia, and strategic stability in Europe. I thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Сейчас я
I
предоставляю
now give
слово
the floor
Габону.
to Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
Le Conseil se réunit ce
The
dimanche
Council is
dans
meeting
l'objectif de
this
donner
Sunday
écho
au message sans équivoque de la communauté internationale contre la guerre en Ukraine. Comme nous l'avons déclaré devant ce Conseil il y a tout juste 2 jours, nous réitérons notre attachement constant aux principes qui fondent la Charte des Nations Unies et qui s'imposent à chacun de ses États membres. Nous avons également foi en la solidarité internationale et au multilatéralisme. C'est au nom de ces valeurs qui confèrent à notre charte, à notre organisation, toute sa pertinence et sa noblesse, que nous avons voté en faveur de la tenue d'une réunion spéciale urgente de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies sur l'Ukraine. Nos pensées sont à cet instant pour les innocents qui essuient les affres d'une guerre qu'ils n'ont ni choisie ni provoquée, pour ces milliers de civils qui fuient leurs maisons, leur ville, leur pays, pour trouver refuge ailleurs. Mon pays est très préoccupé par les attaques contre des civils et contre des biens publics civils et appelle à la désescalade. Nous appelons les belligérants à s'abstenir de toute utilisation ou menace d'utilisation d'armes dont les effets seraient indiscriminés. Pour terminer, le Gabon continue d'appeler à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et à la reprise d'un dialogue franc et sincère. Il est encore temps, il est toujours temps de choisir le dialogue et la diplomatie à la logique de la force. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to the United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, the UAE regrets that the situation in Ukraine has worsened since our last meeting and reiterates its call for a cessation of hostilities. We remain steadfast in our belief that dialogue and diplomacy should be the only path to resolving differences. We therefore welcome today's news that talks may commence tomorrow morning on the Ukraine-Belarus border. This is urgent and much needed. We will work tirelessly to support efforts towards a peaceful resolution. As we conveyed on Friday, the developments in Ukraine undermine regional and international peace and security. The UAE reiterates that the protection of civilians in Ukraine is of the utmost importance, particularly as the security situation escalates. Civilians trying to reach safety must be able to leave unhindered. It is of paramount importance that necessary humanitarian aid is delivered to those in need. Space for humanitarian assistance must be preserved so humanitarian actors can maintain access to civilians. We emphasize the importance of mitigating the impact of this conflict on the most vulnerable. We reiterate once again the absolute need to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, in particular respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all member states. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Mr. President, let me begin by acknowledging the dangerous moments we live in and noting the necessity for diplomacy to triumph over war. I therefore urge that even in this difficult moment, and as diplomatic representatives of our states, we maintain the commitment of our states to dialogue and the objectives of peace. Last Friday, because of the exercise of the veto, this Council was unable to assume its primary responsibility to act on a threat to international peace and security following the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. It is time for the General Assembly to assume its residual responsibility and to pronounce itself on the matter. And it is for this reason that Ghana voted for this resolution just adopted. As we consider the resolution we have just adopted, it is important that we do so with sobriety, not only for this generation, but also for those whose blood and toil speak to us from the restless graves of the two world wars. As a condition for becoming a member of the United Nations, we have all declared to accept the obligations contained in the Charter in averment of our peace-loving nature. Today, the peace we say we love is threatened. Ghana therefore calls on all member states to participate in the emergency special session of the General Assembly in a constructive manner, to unite around the call for peace in stopping this unjustified war that has already caused the needless loss of many lives. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. I shall now deliver a statement in my capacity as a representative of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation voted against the draft resolution submitted in connection with the fact that its sponsors proposed that it be registered that the Security Council failed to exercise its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. At the same time, we did not see even a hint at an attempt to reach a constructive solution at the Council. And yet, 2 days ago, we blocked a draft specifically for the reason that it was both one-sided and imbalanced. We have not seen any new initiatives since then. The UN and the United Nations Security Council were created in a post-war period with the aim of saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war. To that end, global powers concurred to reach agreement among themselves, ideally to reach consensus. And in any event, certainly not to attempt to push through decisions on one another, nor to attempt to disregard the interests of any member of the P5. This is precisely why the Council has the vested right for permanent members to block a decision. This is not a privilege. This is a mechanism for ensuring the balance of interests, which is of such paramount importance for the entire world, and through this balance of interest for the achievement of global stability. Any attempt to circumvent the position of the Russian Federation, any attempt to disregard it undermines the very bedrock of the UN Charter. There is a need not to push through such schemes, but rather to endeavor to find common ground, regardless of our Western partners' attempts to avoid this. Including when they disregarded our legitimate concerns in connection with NATO's policy and the Western countries' violation of the core principles of the OSCE on the indivisibility of security. Now there's a need to focus on resolving the situation which precipitated the crisis with which we are grappling. This crisis broke out not as a result of the launch of the Russian special military operation in Ukraine, but much earlier, when for 8 years, you turned a blind eye to the crimes perpetrated by the Ukrainian nationalists in Donbass. And again, today, you did not mention at all the suffering of the residents of Donbass. For it was indeed what was the homes in Donbass which was raised by the Ukrainian armed forces, and these images are now being taken by Western military outlets and being portrayed shamelessly as the consequences of our military operation in Ukraine. And today, during this meeting, once again, we hear lies, deceit, and fakes about the indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, hospitals, and schools. The Russian army does not threaten civilians in Ukraine. It is not shelling civilian infrastructure. A threat to civilians is now posed by Ukrainian nationalists who have effectively seized as hostages the residents of Ukraine, and they are using them now as human shields. There is a multitude of evidence from the Ukrainians that the nationalists, despite their protests, are taking heavy equipment, multiple rocket launchers, and deploying them in residential areas. This is an egregious violation of international humanitarian law, which needs to be duly condemned. Essentially, this is the same tactic that is being used by ISIL terrorists. All responsibility for the possible repercussions lies at the feet of the Maidan regime. The residents of Ukraine are also threatened by the ongoing radicals giving power to all of those who wish, including prisoners from escapees from jail. They are taking weapons which are now being used by marauders and thieves and criminals. Social networks have sufficient evidence of this from the residents of Kiev and other cities. This demonstrates the reckless approach of the Ukrainian authorities vis-à-vis their own citizens. Now, against the Russian Federation and social networks, there has been an information war has been unleashed. Insofar as evidence of destruction of civilian infrastructure by Russian military does not exist, Ukrainian strikes and accidental strikes and videos from Donbass are being portrayed as such, and these are actually being carried out by the Ukrainian nationalists. Furthermore, social networks has a host of educational manuals about how to create fakes to depict our military operations and fabrications, and these social networks have 1.2 million such fakes circulating. We urge our colleagues not to aid and abet the proliferation of such disinformation, although I fear that once again this call will fall on deaf ears. I now resume my duties as the President of the Security Council, and I give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, I would like to express my gratitude to those of you who have supported the request to call the UN General Assembly emergency session. I immediately express my regret that once again the Rule 20 of the Provisional Rules of the Security Council has not been properly applied by the Presidency. However, I express my relief that this rape of the Institute of the Presidency of the UN Security Council will be over in less than 48 hours. For those who appear to see no reason in supporting the request to have the emergency session, despite my yesterday's letter sent to all of you, but the representative of the aggressor, I would like just to tell you the following. Do you know the most often warning now in the most of Ukrainian cities? Attention, air raids, please proceed to the shelters. And I do recommend you to look at the pictures and footages of what happened afterwards, day to day, night to night. I will continue to invite all members of the Security Council to join the catharsis, this purgation of this institution that will only save this institution for next generations. Russia persists in its aggression despite the initial plan of Blitzkrieg, and it failed, and we all see it. This failure prompted the bloody and mad Russian leadership to order heavy shellings of the residential areas, critical infrastructure and storages of hazard materials in retaliation for Ukrainian resilience and resistance. It is extremely alarming that the Russian president has resorted today to open nuclear blackmail. The world must take this threat very seriously. Excellencies, now the most intense fighting occurs around the Ukrainian capital. as well as in the northeast, Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, and in the south, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Mariupol. Long-range operational and tactical aircraft, high-precision long-range weapons, multiple rocket launcher systems are widely used against the Ukrainians. Among the most telling recent examples of Russian course of action in Ukraine, missile strike on the town of Vasilki, which is practically a suburb of the capital. A missile hit the oil depot, causing a large-scale fire. It was also shelling in Kharkiv that damaged the gas pipeline. According to the Ukrainian Health Minister Viktor Lyashko, at least 16 children were killed since 24 February 2022, when a large-scale military aggression against Ukraine was launched. On February 26, a 7-year-old girl who had been seriously wounded during the shelling of the kindergarten son in the city of Akhtirka died. On the same day, due to the shelling and gunshots, one child was killed and 2 wounded in the National Children's Hospital Ahmadit in Kyiv. Due to threat of air raids, maternity hospitals in a number of Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv, Kharkiv, Sumy, Irpin, Bucha, to name just a few, could not operate normally. Ukrainian children are born in bomb shelters. According to the Ministry of Education of Ukraine, as of now, more than 350,000 school children have no access to education. 33 schools with over 5,500 students are closed due to severe insecurity in civil areas. Today I have brought these appalling facts to the attention of the UNICEF, asking to respond immediately to the situation, give proper qualification to the actions of the Russian Federation, and take all possible measures to stop further deaths and violence against children in Ukraine due to the blatant Russian aggression. I sent it by the diplomatic note, and I'm looking forward to work with the UNICEF on the issue. The losses of the enemy as early February 27 have amounted to nearly 4,300 personnel killed and over 200 taken as prisoners of war. The detailed information is posted by the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Distinguished members of the Security Council, as always, Russia denies that its soldiers are taken prisoners, taken prisoners are recognized, or the soldiers that are killed are recognized. In this regard, Ukraine has opened a hotline entitled "Come Back Alive from Ukraine" for relatives of Russian soldiers who are not aware of their whereabouts and cannot contact them. The hotline is opened by the government of Ukraine. Over 100 calls from Russian mothers were received during the first hour of its work. It is unfortunate, however, that today, pursuant to the decision of the Prosecutor General of the Russian Federation, the line and the dedicated website has been shut down. So I want to use this opportunity to read the telephone number for anyone in Russia who would like to call and ask about the killed or taken prisoners or soldiers who are taken prisoners in Ukraine and inquire about their well-being. It is 180 89 42 01 86 0. We will distribute this information after the meeting, and I hope that after I read this number, the Russian Federation and its government would not shut down the website of the United Nations. We condemn that Belarus is being deeply engaged in the armed aggression against Ukraine. Since the beginning of the Russian aggression, this country has provided its territory for Russian offensive. Today, the Ukrainian city of Zhytomyr, in fact, the airport of Zhytomyr, was hit by Iskander missiles launched from the territory of Belarus. What an invitation for the negotiations at the border of Belarus. Or was it an escalation and raising stakes by the aggressor on the eve of the negotiations? Excellencies, Ukraine filed a case against the Russian Federation at the International Court of Justice, and a request for the court to issue an order of provisional measures against Russia. We will distribute this information, and very soon, if it's not already there, it will be available on the site of the court. Ukraine seeks an emergency hearing and an order by the court that Russia must cease its unlawful attack on Ukraine. Russia will have to answer for its behavior at the World Court in The Hague. The court has jurisdiction to hear Ukraine's case and to order emergency measures on the basis of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, so-called Genocide Convention. The Genocide Convention is one of the most important international treaties drafted in response to the horrors of the World War II and the Holocaust. Russia, however, has twisted the concept of genocide and perverted the solemn treaty obligation to prevent and punish genocide. It has made an absurd and unfounded claim of alleged genocide as a justification and pretext for its own aggression against Ukraine and violation of the sovereignty and human rights of the Ukrainian people. Ukraine's case before the ICJ will establish that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is based on a lie and a gross violation of international law and must be stopped. As the Ukrainian people continue to bravely stand against Russian aggression, Russia's lies will be exposed, and Russia's contempt for international law will be confirmed. Ukraine will bring Russia to account. I will switch to Russian. В завершение я хотел бы обратиться лично к послу Российской Федерации. На одном из предыдущих заседаний я говорил о детях и родителях, которые гордятся или стыдятся из-за поступков своих родных. Мне показалось тогда, что вы приняли мои слова очень лично. Я был бы готов взять свои слова обратно, если вы последуете примеру своего коллеги Олега Анисимова, главы делегации Российской Федерации на закрытии межправительственной экспертной группы по изменениям климата, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Сегодня в ответ на эмоциональное выступление украинской делегации, а нам сейчас сложно говорить без эмоций, он сказал, что, я цитирую, «Те, кто видят происходящее, не находят никакого оправдания нападению на Украину».
This was delivered during the open part, the closed part of the event, but it was confirmed by a number of participants and subsequently by Mr. Anisimov himself. There's always place in life for choices. There are always options. For example, one can remain a human being, a person, or they can continue to defend evil. And this is a choice which lies with every individual, always. I thank you. The list of speakers is closed. The meeting stands adjourned.
I would like to use this opportunity to distribute some information that the citizens of the Russian Federation may be very willing to receive, because unfortunately the Office of the Prosecutor General of the Russian Federation decided to block a dedicated site established by the government of Ukraine for the families and parents of the Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine or taken as prisoners of war. There is a dedicated site and a hotline in Ukraine where they can call and inquire about the well-being of the Russian soldiers. So I will just hand over these leaflets, and you will see there telephone numbers. All right, you will distribute it.
Thank you.
Because I believe it is very unjust that the parents of 4,300 killed Russian soldiers have no idea about their sons and are not able to bury them in dignity. I would also like to use this opportunity to distribute the information about our request to the International Court, where we request emergency measures to be taken against the Russian Federation in light of their actions on the territory of Ukraine. I think it was a very good session of the Security Council. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's session in the afternoon dedicated to the humanitarian needs in light of the ongoing aggression of Ukraine, against Ukraine. And we work closely with our partners on preparation of tomorrow's session.
Do you want a resolution on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine?
As I said, we work closely with our partners to prepare a meaningful discussion tomorrow on the issue.
Why is it so important to do what you've done, your move towards the Court of Justice today about the genocide question?
Well, first of all, we sincerely believe that the Russian atrocities in Ukraine mount to violation of many, many international treaties, including the one that we cite when we sent our request to the court. And I can assure you, when the war is over, and the war is going to be over, and we will win, the UN will win, the UN Charter will be defended, the perpetrators of those atrocities, including the President of the Russian Federation, will be held accountable. We always hope for the peace talks. We have always hoped for the peace talks.
Are they happening now?
I was in the meeting, as you have seen, and the latest I had a chance to verifiably check was that our delegation was trying to move towards the border, finding the safe way, because it's very dangerous to move towards the border.
Ambassador, you mentioned the situation with Oleg Anisimov at the end of your presentation. Are you expecting any of the other members of the Russian delegation maybe apologize or do the same thing that he did?
I expect that not only the Security Council, not only the General Assembly, not only the UN as a whole, but also many, many private citizens, and especially in Russia, will go through the process of catharsis or purgation. Because by the end of the day, all Russians deserve to live in peace, freedom, and in democracy.
What do you seek from this negotiation?
Peace. We seek peace. We seek the stopping of hostilities, withdrawal of troops. We will not capitulate. We will not surrender.
Mr. Ambassador, what if the request, the Russian request, is that practically Ukraine will never be part of NATO? What if this is the request?
Oh, it's a long philosophical, existential thing. We can, go in circles and in circles. You all know the answer. Why do you ask me that? I mean, you know that. You know very. No. Do not try to frame me using the instruments of President Putin. All right. See you all soon. Goodbye.
the peace talk that they're trying to arrange?
No, I think just, I don't comment on what's happening among capitals. I think we all want, a negotiation to take place. I just want to confirm to you that tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. we will have a meeting of the Security Council on the humanitarian dimension of this crisis. This is absolutely needed. The crisis is very deep, and I think this is what we need. We need to provide support to Ukraine. We will insist on the full respect of international humanitarian law, on the respect of Geneva Conventions, on full access to Ukraine, to the people of Ukraine, for the UN agencies, for the UN operators, to do their job, because it's urgent. There are massive flows of refugees. So this is why we will have, the head of OCHA, Mr. Griffith, and we will have the High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Grandi, briefing the Council, and then we'll discuss. And then Mexico and France will propose a draft resolution on this issue to propose more access, more respect of international law, more respect of the Geneva Conventions, and so that's what we are doing. But we want to move quickly.
Ambassador, when are we going to see a GA vote?
Probably during the course of next week. So I don't think it will be on Monday and Tuesday. It will take a few days. So I don't know if it's Tuesday, Wednesday, but I think those.
Ambassador,
Your resolution in the Security Council, the humanitarian resolution.
I think probably we'll vote it on Tuesday.
What about the French section?
Ambassador, what do you make of the UAE extension? think there's a need for the Security Council to call for safe and unhindered aid access in Ukraine?
Look, it's not yet clear what they imply with their humanitarian resolution. When we see the text, then we can at least somehow comment it. I cannot do it in advance. Let's see the resolution first.
Is there a need for supporting the population in Ukraine?
They needed support for population in Donbass a long time, but the only country that provided support basically was Russia, by the way. I'll have a press conference tomorrow. Let us talk about it when things are...
Are you optimistic about that peace talk that they're going to have?
We're always optimistic. I don't know the results. I don't know even if they started, because I read reports that they might start tomorrow morning, Belarus time.
Ambassador, on Yemen, can I ask you a question on Yemen? You've got the vote tomorrow morning on the Yemen...
Look, I want to keep intrigue, not unfolding. You'll see it tomorrow. Let's keep intrigue at least till tomorrow morning.
Have you committed your support to UAE for that resolution in exchange for their extension?
Come on. We don't want anything in exchange, unlike some of our colleagues in the Security Council who, besides exchange, without any shame, twist arms of our Security Council members and of the members' General Assembly to do or to vote the way they wanted, including methods which are not diplomatic.
What time's your press conference?
It will be closer to the PM meeting in the Security Council, because we have very little time, too many events tomorrow.
Ambassador, at the beginning of your career, did you expect something like this to happen as a diplomat?
Many things happened since the beginning of my career, okay? I had a long career.
Ambassador, one more question, please. Have you, please come back, one more. As president, you're not on camera there, though.
What?
So we can get you on camera.
What?
As president of the Security Council this month, how difficult has it been for you to chair these meetings?
Look, I've been on recess for 2 days because of COVID, so it was just 1 week for me, but it spread, it's perhaps with the amount of events, it was more than 1 month.
How have you felt?
Fine.
With the Ukraine meeting?
This one?
Yeah, chairing all these Ukraine meetings where
Look, we are presidency. We have to keep the integrity of the office, and I'm doing what I have to do as a president.
Thanks, Ambassador.
All right, folks, we're going to lock this door. If you want to go, please go now.
one?
Do you have?
Yeah, but it's Romanian. I mean, it's not.
I don't care which one. When it's like it's worse than that.
I know, and it's.
Just lose it, and I can't buy new one.
We have to buy.
Second day.
We have to buy. It's mental.
Yeah, perfect.
Are you sure? Keep it.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's my life. Oh, this is nice.
It's addictive. I use
Yeah, I know.
I use it for 15 years.
Yeah. I use it time to time. Like really addicted.
Keep it safe. And we need to go. I mean, there has to be a pharmacy.
It goes now, I think.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow because the health minister called to pharmacy workers get back to work.
We can get some Olymp or something like that.
I'm using Otrivin for age or stuff. But I'm trying to don't use it, but
Fuck it, I can't.
no, I can. It was this year. It was couple months. I don't use it. But now it's day by day. Now it's second day. When it's your head heavier than your leg. Thanks.
Pleasure.
No, it's really appreciated.
It's like from addict to addict. Junkie to junkie.
Can you imagine if someone on this number wanted to
Don't
add
more.
to
Wait for some effect.
I need more.
Wait for some effect, man. It's gonna work. Trust me. Don't see when you use it up. Keep it. It's a war.
This is fine.
Drugs are not easily available. It was funny because there was a captain in the trenches somewhere, and I had one in the vest because I was suffocating. And he came and he saw it and he was like, and he had his, he was a fellow addict. I'm like, okay, we're the brotherhood.
Yeah, we understand each other.
Tonight there was alarm and no one went to the shelter. Yesterday there was bullshit and we all went.
Well, it's like this war, it was bullshit 1,000 times and then wasn't bullshit.
One day. One day it was not.
No. But I do not keep private of anything. Now I'm trying.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
格博士、各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，欢迎出席由中国人民对外友好协会、中国人民外交学会、上海市人民政府和中国美国人民友好协会共同主办的上海公报发表50周年纪念大会。1972年2月21日至28日，应中国国务院总理周恩来邀请，美国总统尼克松访问中国，中美实现跨越太平洋的握手，开启两国关系正常化进程。2月28日，双方发表中美之间第一个联合公报《上海公报》，确立了中美关系的基本指导原则。50年来，中美关系历经风雨，取得历史性发展。今天，面对中美关系新的形势，我们在上海公报诞生地共同回顾50年前那段历史，重温公报所体现的原则和精神，具有重要意义。今天在线上或以线上方式出席纪念大会的中方主要嘉宾有上海市委书记李强、中国人民对外友好协会会长林松天、中国人民外交学会会长王超、中国驻美国大使秦刚、中国前驻美国大使崔天凯、中华全国归国华侨联合会顾问唐文生，美方主要嘉宾有美国前国务卿基辛格博士、美国驻华使馆临时代办米德伟、美国前助理国防部长傅立民、美国前驻华大使芮孝俭。出席今天纪念大会的还有来自中美两国政治、经济、学术、人文、地方等各界的代表。现在让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎上海市委书记李强致辞。
尊敬的林松天会长、王超会长、基辛格博士，尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴在今天这个特殊的日子，在上海锦江小礼堂这个有特殊意义的场所，与大家共同纪念上海公报发表50周年，重温那个改变世界的一周，回望历史，关照当下，展望未来，共话中美关系发展。首先，我谨代表中共上海市委、市人民政府，对各位来宾在线上、线下参会表示热烈欢迎。也借这个机会，对大家一直来给予上海发展关心、支持和帮助，表示衷心的感谢。习近平主席指出，过去50年，国际关系当中一个最重要的事件，就是中美恢复和发展。中美关系的恢复和发展，造福了两国和世界。未来50年，国际关系中最重要的事情，应该是中美必须找到正确的相处之道。大家都知道，50年前，毛泽东主席、周恩来总理和美国的尼克松总统、基辛格博士等中美两国领导人以非凡的战略眼光 和卓越的政治智慧，开启了中美关系发展的新篇章。50年前的今天，中美两个国家共同发表了具有重要历史意义的《上海公报》，由此确立了两国发展相互关系应该遵循的原则，为中美关系正常化以及两国建交奠定了政治基础。50年来，中美关系历经风雨，不断前行，各个领域合作取得了丰硕的成果。50年的实践证明，《上海公报》确立的原则是正确的，《上海公报》体现的精神历久弥新。今天我们必须始终铭记，必须始终坚持。去年以来，习近平主席和拜登总统通过电话和电视会晤，就中美关系发展达成了多方面的重要共识，为中美关系发展进一步指明了前进的方向。上海呢，是中国最大的经济中心城市，也是中美关系发展的参与者、见证者，更是中美两国各领域交流合作不断深化的重要桥梁和重要纽带。早在上个世纪20、30年代，就有很多美国的美资企业来上海投资兴业。上海是美国领馆、银行、学校以及侨民最早登陆地，也是美国各界人士来华的首选地之一。1971年，来华访问的美国乒乓球队，就曾经在我们上海同中国的乒乓球队举行了友谊赛。
In Shanghai. In 1980, Shanghai twinned with San Francisco, and later with Chicago and Houston as well. The port of Shanghai forged friendship port relationships with 5 American ports, including the port of Seattle, the port of New Orleans, and the New York, New Jersey port. The recent years have seen increasingly close business and trade ties between Shanghai and the U.S. The U.S. is the largest destination for goods exported from Shanghai and the 3rd largest source of import to the city. It's also the 3rd largest market for Shanghai's outbound investment. Last year, trade between Shanghai and the U.S. exceeded 500 billion RMB yuan. In the meantime, the U.S. has invested more than any other country in setting up regional headquarters of MNCs and R&D centers. By the end of last year, more than 4,000 American companies had been doing business in Shanghai. More and more American businesses actively took part in the China International Imports Exposition, CIIE, in Shanghai every year, taking up the largest exhibition area of all exhibiting countries. The deepening of the China-U.S. relationship is filled with stories of the growth of businesses and institutions from both sides and expanding exchanges between the two peoples. The Tesla Gigafactory in Lingang of Shanghai started and completed its construction and began producing cars in the same year. Last year, more than 480,000 vehicles were produced in Tesla Giga Shanghai, making the factory the most productive factory of Tesla in the world. The Shanghai Disneyland is the largest China foreign cooperation project in the service sector. In the little more than 5 years since its opening, the park has raked in more than 40 billion RMB yuan in tourism income. Shanghai-based companies have also actively participated in projects in the U.S. For instance, ZPMC took active part in the construction project of the new San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, leaving behind a testament to China-U.S. cooperation on that landmark. NYU Shanghai, Michigan University Shanghai Jiao Tong University Joint Institute, the Shanghai Children's Medical Center are all success stories of in-depth cooperation between China and the U.S. in the education and healthcare sector. Yao Ming, a Shanghai native who once played in the Houston Rockets, was elected to the NBA Basketball Hall of Fame. Mr. Marshall Srabala, who is sitting among us, is the chief architect of the Shanghai Tower, which is the tallest building in Asia and the second tallest in the world. He was recognized by the Magnolia Silver Award in 2021. Thank you, Marshall. I could tell you many stories like this. These stories are the most lively footnotes of the China-U.S. relations. They're also like a mirror, reflecting the fact that to promote sound and stable China-U.S. relations is the best choice for both sides and represents the common aspiration of the two peoples. Facing the future, Shanghai will earnestly implement the decisions and the plans of the central government of China and uphold the principle of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. Will promote friendly exchanges and pragmatic cooperation with the U.S. in various fields, and to play a more active role in advancing China-U.S. relations. First, Shanghai will vigorously push the door of openness wider, spearheading the high-quality reform and opening up of Pudong. We will give full play to the role of the Shanghai FTZ and the Lingang special areas as testing ground. Align our practices with high-standard international business and trade rules, and continue to open wider. The 5th edition of the CIIE will take place in Shanghai in November this year as scheduled. We invite all companies, including American ones, to participate so as to share the new opportunities of China's high-quality development. Secondly, Shanghai will vigorously broaden the path of a win-win cooperation. We'll fully leverage Shanghai's role as an international economic, financial, trade, shipping, and innovation center, and continuously amplify our advantages in the city's functions, industrial strength, and comprehensive capabilities. We'll keep improving the business environment by making it more market-oriented, law-based, and international, while striving to turn Shanghai into a central hub in the domestic circulation and a strategic link between domestic and international circulations. Will provide a better environment and more support for businesses and individuals to prosper in Shanghai. Thirdly, Shanghai will vigorously strengthen the bridge of cooperation. We'll capitalize on our sister city network, expand channels, take innovative measures, and push cooperation deeper in such areas as business and trade, international education, healthcare, and the environment. so as to advance friendly exchanges between China and the U.S. across all sectors and continuously enhance mutual understanding and trust between the two sides. Distinguished guests, I mentioned the Magnolia Silver Award just now. Magnolia is Shanghai's city flower. It's also a flower of friendship. In the spring, 50 years ago, while the magnolia flowers were in blossom, Shanghai bore witness to the ice-breaking of China-U.S. relations. And 50 years later, in this warm and pleasant spring, again, we hope the blooming magnolia flowers will bear witness to the continued advancement of China-U.S. friendship and the sound and stable development of China-U.S. relations. In closing, I wish the meeting a great success.
Thank you, Party Secretary Li, for these wonderful remarks. Our next speaker is Mr. Lin Songtian, President of the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries. Secretary Li, Dr. Henry Kissinger, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. Today, the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, the Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs, Shanghai Municipal Police Government, and the China-U.S. People's Friendship Association jointly host the event to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Shanghai Communique between China and the United States. Given the current grave and complex international situation, this meeting is of great significance, which has been highly valued and actively supported by people of insight from all walks of life in China and the United States. First of all, on behalf of the co-organizers, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Party Secretary Li for your presence and speech, and State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi for the video keynote speech. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all Chinese and American guests from different sectors present and online. 50 years ago, leaders from China and the United States, including Chairman Mao Zedong, Premier Zhou Enlai, President Nixon, and Dr. Kissinger, made the strategic decision on the normalization of China-U.S. relations with outstanding global strategic vision and extraordinary political wisdom and courage, by rising above the difference in ideology, political system, and cultural value, thus starting a new chapter of the China-U.S. friendship. On this very day, 50 years ago, China and the United States issued the Shanghai Communique, which established the basic guiding principle for the sound development of the China-U.S. relations, including the One China principle, the principles of mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence, and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. Over the past 50 years, despite some twists and turns, the multi-dimensional, multi-level, and all-round friendly exchanges and mutually beneficial cooperation between China and the United States have made continued progress, bringing profound benefits to the two peoples and contributing significantly to the maintenance of the world peace and stability and the development and prosperity of the two countries and the world at large. Today, after 50 years, friends from different sectors from China and the United States are gathered here in Shanghai for this commemorative meeting. The purpose is to review history and pay high tribute to the leaders of China and the United States for their vision and extraordinary political wisdom and courage. We hope to take this opportunity to thank all those that have contributed to the development of the mutual friendship between the two countries. And we hope to take this opportunity to call on political leaders and people of insight in the United States to demonstrate the wisdom, strategic vision, and political courage as a big power. And we also call upon the American people to cherish the friendship and fruitful results of the mutually beneficial cooperation between China and the United States, and work with the Chinese side for win-win progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shanghai Communique set up a model for international relations based upon the principle of seeking common ground while resolving difference and win-win cooperation, and also serves as an important principle for the handling of China-US relations today. The history and the reality of the interactions between China and the United States over the past 50 years fully demonstrate that as long as the both sides abide by the spirit of the Shanghai Communique and uphold the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, China and the US, as well as the two peoples, as long as we appreciate and learn from each other fine cultural traditions, we can achieve common development and deliver even greater benefits to the people of our two countries and to the whole world. Not long ago, during the Beijing Winter Olympics, Chinese and American athletes gave best wishes to each other, take photos together, exchange gifts, and made good friends. They have filled the cold ice rinks with heartwarming scenes and also impressed us with valuable inspirations. The Chinese and American people have a long history of friendship and share the same pursuit of a peaceful, harmonious, and happy life. President Xi Jinping has underlined on many occasions that we have 1,000 reasons to make the China-US relationship a success and none to wreck it. The Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries is ready to work with friends from all walks of life in China and the United States to make new contributions to the China-US relations featuring win-win cooperation for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lin Songtian. Next, I wish to give the floor to Mr. Wang Chao, President of the Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Wang, you have the floor. Honorable Secretary Li Qiang, Honorable Dr. Kissinger, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, today, Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs is very pleased to join Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, Shanghai Municipal People's Government, and the China-US People's Friendship Association in hosting this meeting in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Shanghai Communique. On behalf of Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs, I wish to express my warmest welcome and heartfelt appreciation to you all. 50 years ago, exactly here in this Xinjiang auditorium, the two governments issued the first China-US joint communique, also known as Shanghai Communique historically, which started the normalization process for China-US relationship. It has had a huge and lasting impact on the international situation and world at large. During his trip to China in 1993, President Nixon once again came here and remarked that the bilateral relation between the two countries started right here. So at this moment, we're gathering together once again here in this historically important location to commemorate Shanghai Communique, which is a historical milestone of our relations. The purpose is to review history and draw lessons for today and open a chapter for the future. From history, we want to take wisdom and find the right path forward. And we hope to truly translate the common understandings of the two presidents during their meeting in promoting the bilateral relations to develop on the right path forward towards an even brighter future. Review of the past 50 years, we can see that huge achievements have been made in China-US relations. So make us even more respectful towards Chairman Mao Zedong, Premier Zhou Enlai, President Nixon, Dr. Kissinger, among other leaders of the older generation, their strategic vision, their outstanding wisdom, political wisdom, and superb diplomatic skills. Despite twists and turns of the past 50 years of our two countries' relations, still develop forward. This is because of the great dedication made by leaders of the two sides in different stages, and it's because of the support by hundreds and millions of people from all sectors of life. So our relationship does not come easily. It conforms to the fundamental interests of two sides and are especially valuable under the current circumstances. The three joint communiques between China and US, including Shanghai Communique, has really consolidated the guiding principle for the bilateral relations, becoming an important political foundation for the two relations. These principles cannot be forgotten and shall not be forgotten ever. This foundation cannot be wavered and shall not be wavered ever in the future. The bilateral relations not only require the two governments to protect, it also requires peoples from all sectors of life, from China and the US, to continue to make contribution to that. Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs is a people's diplomatic institution as old as the history of PRC. Since its reception of the first visit by a group of US congressmen in 1972, we've been dedicating ourselves to promoting the friendly ties in the relationship between the two peoples, always promote the bilateral relations. Looking forward, we will bring out our unique role in people's diplomacy and make our new contribution to furthering our mutual understanding and friendship. In closing, I wish this conference a complete success. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Wang Chao. Next, I wish to give the floor to His Excellency Qin Gang, Chinese Ambassador to the United States, to make an online address. Honorable Secretary Li Qiang, Honorable Dr. Kissinger, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I'd like to thank Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries and Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs for the invitation. I'm very pleased to attend the meeting in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Shanghai Communique by video connection. The Shanghai Communique is the first joint communique issued by China and the US, which started the process of normalization relations between the two countries, established the basic principles guiding development of bilateral relations. At present, the bilateral relations are at a new historical juncture. President Xi Jinping pointed out that whether China and the US can handle their relations well has a bearing on the future and destiny of the world. It is a question of the century that must be answered by the two countries. Just now, Secretary Li Qiang of Shanghai reviewed the history of Shanghai Communique and summed up the important historical experience in the development of China-US relations in the past 50 years. It is well delivered and has both strategic and it allows us to understand more about our history. A little later, State Councilor Wang Yi is also about to make an important speech. This has a particularly important significance for how we answer the question of the century raised by President Xi Jinping and correctly grasp the correct direction of China-US relations in the new era. China's embassy to the US and will be a good bridge and the link between China and the US. And together with the US government and all people from all walks of life, will actively implement the spirit consensus of the virtual meeting between the two leaders and make unremitting efforts to promote the healthy and stable development of China's US relations. We must stick to the common interests. Compared with 50 years ago, the common interests of the two countries have not decreased but increased, and the areas of cooperation have not narrowed but widened, whether it is to deal with global challenges such as climate change and public health, or complex and intractable hot-button issues. China-US cooperation is always indispensable in finding solutions. It is hoped that both China and the US will exercise foresight, wisdom, and courage, overcome hostility, prejudice, and zero-sum thinking, and open the door to more cooperation. We shall stick to the right way to get along with each other. President Xi Jinping proposed that China and the US should jointly uphold the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. This reflects our consistent sincerity and ownership for the development of China-US relations. It has also provided a fundamental basis for China-US to have candid communication, solve problems, manage risks, and expand cooperation towards the future. We must firmly defend one China principle. The one China principle has already been affirmed in the China-US Shanghai Communique. It is a serious political commitment of the US. It is also the unshakable political foundation of China-US relations and the foundation for the two countries to share peace and prosperity. Our determination and resolution is unshakable in achieving unification of China. We must resolutely oppose any practice that violates and hollows out one China principle, so as to prevent subversive and comprehensive damage to the relationship between our two countries. We must persevere in promoting friendship between the peoples. And we must promote exchanges and cooperation between the two countries in education, culture, subnational relations, youth, sports, and other fields, so that more seeds of understanding and friendship can take root on both sides of the Pacific Ocean, and China-US relations will benefit from that and prosper. During President Nixon's visit to China, he quoted Chairman Mao Zedong's poem, 10,000 years are too long, seize the day, seize the hour, expressing his ardent expectation for improving bilateral relations. Today, it is hoped that China and the US will, in the spirit of time and tide waits for no man, push the relationship between the two countries to return to the right track of healthy and stable development at an early date, so as to deliver benefits to people of the two countries and the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Chen Gang. Now let's listen to the pre-recorded address by Jacob Liu, Chair of the Board of Directors, the National Committee on U.S.-China Relations, former U.S. Treasury Secretary.
Good morning. This 50th anniversary of the historic Shanghai Communique is a reminder of the power of leaders to chart a new course for their countries and the world. President Nixon and Chairman Mao had very different worldviews. Secretary Kissinger and Premier Zhou Enlai, at Shanghai and after, held different views on national, economic, and global issues. But then as now, the United States and China also shared common interests. In 1972, this motivated leaders to tackle hard issues, and the Shanghai Communique ended decades of conflict and launched a half-century of engagement. We meet at a difficult moment in the world and in the US-China relationship. 50 years ago, the USSR was a common threat that brought us together. Today, Russian aggression threatens to drive us further apart. This is a moment when nations of the world that respect the sovereignty of national borders are joining together in condemning Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine. China must decide where to stand and understand that bilateral relations with the US will only become more strained in the absence of a clear choice to stand with international law. Not since that historic agreement 50 years ago have the differences between our nations been more stark, from human rights and national boundaries to economics and global standards for the future. But the world today is different than it was in 1972. Driven by deep engagement in the global economy, China saw an unprecedented reduction in poverty and catapulted to become, with the United States, one of the two largest economies in the world. In 2022, the world looks to the United States and China to sustain economic growth and anchor stability. And how we exercise that responsibility will shape the futures of our two nations and the broader global community. We continue to share many common interests. And on transnational challenges like climate change, global health, and the threat of global instability from state and non-state actors, the United States and China must work together. As we compete in the integrated global economy, our goal should be rules of the road that ensure fairness and competition, not outright hostility. As risks grow that strategic concerns may spill over intentionally or accidentally into outright conflict, we need channels for bilateral communication to avoid potentially catastrophic misunderstandings. And as new technologies transform economic and strategic boundaries, we must work as leaders in the global community to develop and implement standards that protect our respective economic and security interests. The case for continued engagement remains powerful, and it is dangerous to embrace decoupling as either the new reality or objective. At the same time, our respective security concerns demand that boundaries be well-defined and respected, and engagement that is deliberate and transparent. In recent years, a view has developed across party lines in the United States that China's policies are increasingly in conflict with U.S. interests and values. At the same time, messages from China to the United States reflect a view that the U.S. no longer offers a sound foundation for domestic or global stability. Sadly, the tone in both directions needs some work if we are to get back to the kind of constructive engagement that is needed to pursue our national interests as we advance our common interests while we wrestle with our differences. That means communicating candidly in an atmosphere of mutual respect between our two great nations. The National Committee on U.S.-China Relations for 50 years has promoted dialogue and people-to-people exchanges. That was key to making progress at a ping-pong table 50 years ago and remains critical today. The National Committee on U.S.-China Relations will continue to promote dialogue and exchanges among all sectors of society. This 50th anniversary of the Shanghai Communique is a reminder of the power of leaders to use diplomacy and engagement to narrow differences and avoid outright conflict. At this moment of deep tension around the world, today's leaders must rise to the same challenge to chart a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Jacob Liu. Now, I wish to give the floor to Dr. Henry Kissinger, former U.S. Secretary of State. Dr. Kissinger, floor is yours, please.
Distinguished guests and Mr. Foreign Minister, it is a great honor for me to return to the place where the Shanghai Communique was announced, and it is a very moving occasion to remember that visit and to the exchanges that took place between our Chinese hosts and ourselves. Let me make a few observations about the lessons from that era. President Nixon decided that an opening to China was important for the American people and for the people of the world. And we sent out various signals to the Chinese side, awaiting a response. Some of the signals were picked up by our own Foreign Service officers who had experience in international affairs, because we had proceeded very quietly. And a group of them called on President Nixon to warn him that an opening to China might risk conflict with the then Soviet Union. President Nixon decided to disregard this warning because he thought that the benefits to mankind, to the cause of peace, to the Chinese and to the American people were more important. So when I took the secret trip to China, President Nixon and I discussed what subjects we should discuss. And we concluded that we would, of course, mention the topics of disagreement that existed. But it was most important to establish the idea with our Chinese hosts that we thought that the future evolution of international politics, of peace and the world economy required exchanges of views between the United States and China, and common positions to the maximum extent possible. So, to my great and pleasant surprise, Premier Zhou Enlai treated that first visit in the same manner. And he mentioned to me at the opening session that one purpose was to remove the mystery between our two countries of how we were perceived by the other. So then another visit was arranged to prepare the Shanghai Communique. During that discussion, the original idea of the United States was to propose a conventional communique into which we would put some statement of American-Chinese cooperation. Premier Zhou, on behalf of Chairman Mao, suggested that the United States and China, not having talked to each other for 25 years, should not pretend that there was total agreement between us. And it was suggested that each side should state its own views and that we should allow disagreements to be expressed in a joint communique, though that is not the practice. And I do not know any other international communique in which this took place. But the thought was that then what we agreed on would have much greater significance because it showed that we had worked on overcoming disagreements, that some disagreements remained, but that we had made major agreements. And these agreements included views, a statement that the United States would not challenge the idea of one China, and also that China and the United States had common views about the danger of hegemony in the world, and that we would oppose it, each in our own views. There were a number of other agreements. I mention all of this because at this moment, it continues to be essential for the peace of the world and for the progress of the world that these basic principles be retained, and above all, that it is inevitable that countries with the magnitude of the United States and China and the different history might not agree on every issue that is before the world. But what we should learn from the past, and what I hope we can project into the future, is that we maintain a permanent dialogue and that we tell each other frankly what our thinking is on key issues, and that we should do that with an attitude that in the world of modern technology, pressure and military threats will not do anything other than threaten the survival of humanity. And so, with this attitude, we have huge tasks. We have the normal tasks of great power and action. We have the development of great technology that in itself produces the capabilities with such rapidity that have threatening aspects, and these must be discussed and attempted to be limited or removed. We have problems of medical pandemics that are spreading around the world. We have the fact that we interact in economics in such a way that neither side should attempt monopolistic outcomes, and each side will attempt to benefit its own people and maintain progress for everybody at the same time. These are some of the great challenges before us, and I am confident that in the years ahead, we will be able to find ways of dialogue, of cooperation, and of remembering that in the world of modern technology and modern economics, there are no victors in any conflict. There can only be fundamental destructiveness. And with this attitude, I have great confidence that our leaders will find a way to approach our relationships in that spirit. And that 50 years from now, when people assemble again to reflect on Chinese-American relations, they can look back to a century of cooperation and understanding and settlement of conflicts that might arise from time to time. And with this, let me thank CPIFA and my Chinese friends here for the extraordinary hospitality that has always been shown to me personally, and for providing the occasion for a historic event, which is the Shanghai Communique. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Henry Kissinger. Just now, President Jacob Liu said in his speech, and talk about the Ukraine issue, I would like to make a very quick response. China's position on the Ukraine issue is consistent, remain unchanged based upon the merits and make an independent judgment. State Councilor Wang Yi has on many occasions made explicit China's position. That is my response. Now I would like to invite State Councilor Wang Yi and the Foreign Minister to make a video keynote speech. Secretary Li Qiang, Dr. Henry Kissinger, friends, distinguished guests, it gives me great pleasure to attend the meeting in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Shanghai Communique, and together with people from both countries, walk through again that ice-breaking journey, draw experience from history, and seek inspiration from the road ahead. Let me begin by extending congratulations on the convening of this meeting. 50 years ago today, right in the Jinjiang Hotel where you are gathering, China and the United States jointly issued the Shanghai Communique. It thus ended the prolonged estrangement between the two countries and started the process towards normalization of China-US relations. It signified the willingness of two major countries with different social systems to coexist peacefully and marked the beginning of the structural transformation in international relations. Guided by the spirit of Shanghai Communique, China and the United States have scored an array of major progress in their relations. The two countries, once at war with each other, have established 50 pairs of sister provinces and states and 233 pairs of sister cities. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 300 flights shuttled between the two countries every week, and over 5 million travels were made across the Pacific every year. China-US business ties, once negligible, expanded to $750 billion in bilateral trade and $240 billion in two-way investment. From tackling terrorism, financial crisis, and Ebola, to providing leadership in the signing of the JCPOA and the conclusion of the Paris Agreement on climate change, China and the United States did many great things benefiting the world through their cooperation. As the Chinese saying goes, when drinking water from the well, one shall not forget those who dug it. At this moment, we should pay high tribute to Chairman Mao Zedong, Premier Zhou Enlai, President Richard Nixon, Dr. Henry Kissinger, and other Chinese and U.S. leaders of the older generation, and we would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to people from all sectors who have long committed themselves to China-U.S. friendship and cooperation. Friends, the China-U.S. relationship, kicked off by the Shanghai Communique, has gone through 50 years of development with twists and turns. To get a correct understanding of the communique's spirit will help us see more clearly why the ice in the relationship thawed and the barriers were removed, and know how the relationship can forge ahead. History tells us that by following the trend of the times, we can make the right strategic choice. The issuance of the Shanghai Communique shook the world and also changed the world. Chinese and the U.S. leaders of the older generation discerned keenly the expectation of the world for easing international tensions, and they acted on the aspiration of the Chinese and American peoples for peace and friendship between the two countries. With great political courage, they made a historic handshake across the vastest ocean in the world. Half a century later, the fundamental logic that prompted the two countries to work towards each other remains unchanged. History tells us that by seeking common ground while resolving difference, we can attain peaceful coexistence between countries with different social systems. The two sides agreed to disagree in the Shanghai Communique, thus making their agreement even more significant. This created a first in the history of diplomacy and set a good example for the establishment and growth of relations between countries with different systems. The older generation of leaders in both countries realized that, despite their differences, neither side had the intention to change the other. Both sides hope to see that the two countries grow in parallel and conduct cooperation based upon shared interests. This is an important spirit embodied in the Shanghai Communique. It remains valid 50 years on today. History tells us that by following the basic norms of international relations, we can build real guardrails for China-US relations. The Taiwan question is the core issue in the Shanghai Communique, and the One China principle is the cornerstone of China-US relations. The communique underscores that countries, regardless of their social system, should abide by the principles of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states, non-aggression against other states, non-interference in the international affairs of other states, equality and mutual benefits, and peaceful coexistence. This fully echoes the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. It worked in the past, it is relevant now, and it should be upheld in the future. Friends, the China-US relationship is facing rarely seen daunting challenges since the establishment of the diplomatic ties. This has also caused the international community to worry deeply about the resurgence of a divided world. An important reason for this situation is that the principles and the spirit established by the Shanghai Communique have not been fully followed. China and the United States are once again challenged to make a historic choice. to continue with peaceful coexistence or to veer into conflict and confrontation, to go on with openness and cooperation or to turn back into seclusion and antagonism. In fact, the right answer is already enshrined right there in the Shanghai Communique. During his virtual meeting with President Joe Biden last November, President Xi Jinping put forward the three principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, laying out the framework for future growth of China-US relations. President Biden responded positively, stating that the United States does not seek a new Cold War or to change China's system. The revitalization of U.S. alliances is not anti-China, and the United States does not support Taiwan independence and has no intention to have a conflict with China. These important common understandings between the two presidents are not just a furtherance of historical experience. Moreover, they are also new and creative advances that conform with the trend of the times. We urge the United States to reinstate a reasonable and pragmatic China policy and work with China to put into real action the common understandings between the president as well as the President Biden's statement in a bid to put China-US relations back on track at an early date. First, we must uphold the One China principle and consolidate the political foundation of China-US relations. Taiwan has been an inalienable part of Chinese territory since ancient times. In 1943, leaders of China, the United Kingdom, and the United States issued the Cairo Declaration, stating clearly that all the territories Japan has stolen from the Chinese, including Taiwan and Penghu Islands, should be restored to China. In 1945, the Potsdam Declaration, which was aimed to end World War II, reiterated that the terms of the Cairo Declaration shall be carried out. All these shows unequivocally that there is no controversy at all in the international community regarding China's sovereignty over Taiwan, and it was in accordance with law that Taiwan returned to the embrace of the motherland. As a legacy of the Chinese Civil War and due to the interference by the United States and other external forces, the two sides across the Taiwan Strait have been mired in a special situation of prolonged political antagonism. However, neither China's national sovereignty nor its territorial integrity has ever been divided. The fact that both the mainland and Taiwan belong to one and the same China has never changed, and the entire Chinese people have never stopped their endeavor for national reunification. In 1971, the United States affirmed to China the principles it would follow with regard to the Taiwan question. They include the United States would acknowledge that there is only one China in the world and Taiwan is part of China. The United States would not repeat the phrase that the status of Taiwan is undetermined. The United States has not supported and will not support movements for Taiwan independence. President Nixon reaffirmed these principles to Premier Zhou Enlai during his visit to China in 1972, and that was how the Shanghai Communique came into being. It was explicitly stated in the Shanghai Communique that the United States acknowledges that all Chinese on either side of Taiwan Strait maintain that there is but one China and that Taiwan is a part of China. The United States government does not challenge that position. In the 1978 Joint Communique on Establishment of Diplomatic Relations, the United States acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China, and recognizes the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China. In 1982, the two sides issued a communique of August 17th, in which the U.S. side reiterates that it has no intention of infringing on Chinese sovereignty and territorial integrity, or infringing in China's internal affairs, or pursuing a policy of two Chinas or one China, one Taiwan. The U.S. side also states that it does not seek to carry out a long-term policy of arms sales to Taiwan, and that it intends to reduce gradually its sales of arms to Taiwan, leading over a period of time to a final resolution. However, not long after establishing diplomatic ties with China, the United States enacted the so-called Taiwan Relations Act, and later covertly pieced together the so-called Six Assurances to Taiwan. Both of these were unilaterally concocted by the United States. They conflict with U.S. commitments in the three joint communiques, and violate the One China principle established by the UN General Assembly Resolution 2758, which is widely observed by the international community. They are therefore illegal and void from the very beginning. China-US relations as a state-to-state relationship can only be built upon common understandings reached between both countries, namely the three joint communiques. rather than on domestic laws or unilateral policies of the United States. That is a universally accepted institutional rule and a basic principle of international relations. The United States shall not place its domestic legislation above international law. A review of this episode of history shows the facts on the Taiwan question are crystal clear, and the historic dynamics of the One China principle are self-evident. History brooks no falsification, and what is right or wrong shall not be distorted. The United States shall return to the original and true meaning of the One China principle, honor its political commitment to China, fulfill its due international obligations. It should stop draining the One China principle of its essence and hollowing it out. It should stop encouraging and supporting Taiwan independence moves, stop attempting to use Taiwan question to contain China, and stop saying or doing things that interfere in China's internal affairs. Only in doing so can peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait be truly maintained and the larger interests of China-US relations be upheld. Second, we must respect each other and ensure the right direction for China-US relations. China and the United States have always been and will continue to be countries significantly different in social system, history, culture, and many other areas. This is a fact that no one can change and also reflects the diversity of human civilization. The two sides need to view their relations in a broader perspective and more inclusive attitude, and choose dialogue over confrontation, cooperation over conflict, openness over seclusion, and integration over decoupling. China's social system and development path are of the firm choice and collective will of the 1.4 billion Chinese people and the natural course of the evolution of China's history. China respects the social system of the United States and never bets against the United States. China hopes that the United States will stay open and confident and keep growing and making progress. Likewise, the United States should respect China's development path and welcome a peaceful, stable, and prosperous China. It should abandon its mania for zero-sum games, give up its obsession with encircling and containing China, and break free from the shackles of political correctness. The United States should truly see China as a partner in the cause of development rather than an adversary in power games. Cooperation represents the mainstream of China-US relations. To define the relationship as competition is oversimplification. Even in competition, there should be boundaries, as well as widely recognized international rules based on fairness. This not only enables one country to be faster, stronger, but also makes all countries more united for a shared future. Even if there is competition, it should be about who does a better job in running the country and who contributes more to the world. Third, we must pursue win-win cooperation and promote the development of the prosperity of both countries. At present, China and the United States are both facing new circumstances for development. For China to realize high-quality development and common prosperity for all, and for U.S. to rebuild the middle class, and cooperation is the best choice for both sides. The world is big enough to accommodate the development of both China and the United States, and it expects the two countries to strive for win-win results and achieve all win with all other countries. China is ready to work with the United States to fully bring out our comparative strengths, expand practical cooperation in such areas as trade, investment, energy, and infrastructure, and steadily make our cooperation list longer. China will continue to comprehensively deepen reform, will share development opportunities with the world through a shorter negative list, better business environment, and a greater institutional opening up. We welcome more active involvement by U.S. firms in China's new development paradigm featuring dual circulations. The United States should also take the lead in building an open world economy and observing international economic and trade rules, and provide a fair, equitable, and non-discriminatory market environment for businesses from all countries, including China. Amity between the people holds key to good relations between countries. People-to-people exchanges serve as a bridge for greater mutual understanding between our two peoples. We should promote the the engagement, communication, exchanges, and cooperation at all levels in all areas. We should step up the exchange at subnational levels and between cities, peoples, think tanks, media, businesses, ignite our people's enthusiasm for interaction and strengthen the bond of friendship between China and the United States. Fourth, we must shoulder responsibilities as major countries and provide the world with more public goods. Global challenges call for global cooperation. China and the United States as major countries need to stand up to the mission and play due roles. The two countries can join hands to provide more vaccines for Africa and the rest of the developing world with a view to building a shield for immunity and contributing to a global victory against COVID-19. We need to maintain macroeconomic policy coordination, inject greater confidence and resilience to the global economy, and bolster solid recovery from the pandemic. We can work together to address the climate crisis, protect nature, and realize green, low-carbon, and sustainable development worldwide. China is open to U.S. participation in the Belt and Road Initiative and the Global Development Initiative. We're also ready to consider coordinating with the Build Back Better World Initiative of the United States to provide more quality public goods for the world. China and the United States jointly stated in the Shanghai Communique that neither should seek hegemony in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, this statement remains as relevant as ever. China does not, and will not seek any hegemony, and neither should the United States. The Asia-Pacific region, where the two countries' interests are most interwoven and their interactions most frequent and close, should well become a demonstration field of building mutual trust and cooperation rather than a backyard where one pursues a sphere of influence, let alone a wrestling ground for confrontation or conflict. The United States should stop initiating bloc confrontation and developing small, exclusive circles in the region. It should work with China and other regional countries to build a big Asia-Pacific family featuring openness and inclusiveness, innovation-driven growth, greater connectivity, and mutually beneficial cooperation. Friends, distinguished guests, both the Chinese American peoples are great peoples. Since the door of the China-US relations has been open, it should not be closed again. Since the world has emerged from the Cold War, it should not see the descending of another Iron Curtain. Standing at a new historical starting point, we need to draw wisdom from the Shanghai Communique, follow the guidance of the important common understandings between the two presidents, and find the right way for China-US relations under the new circumstances on the basis of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation so as to deliver benefits to both countries and the world. And that is the due responsibilities and obligations of China and the United States. Thank you. Thank you, State Councillor Wang Yi, for the wonderful presentation. And I would also like to thank all the speakers for the first session. That is the end of the opening ceremony. Now we have a 20-minute tea break. Please come back after the tea break for the second part of storytelling. Thank you.